Chapter 1884. The new generation of energy towers would only be considered complete after the new generation of energy cores of the same level was announced to be completed. Out of caution, they did not immediately celebrate, nor did they immediately throw it into the logistics department for mass production. Instead, they continued to release attacks in the observer space for dozens of minutes to conduct a more thorough examination. The idea was thorough, but the actual examination could only be done shallowly on the surface, such as testing the limit of the attack power, trying to increase the speed of energy condensation and attack, maintaining the overload mode for a long time, and so on. As usual, Yun Nuoxing also tested again after every attack, but this process only repeated 4 or 5 times before it was over. He also felt that there was nothing left to test, and the only thing left was the most straightforward energy attacks. For example, how long would the overload charging mode affect the structural stability of the energy tower or the energy core? To what extent would the overload charging mode cause the energy tower or the energy core to collapse? To what extent could the energy tower or the energy core explode when combined with his own strength? To what extent would the energy tower be able to condense energy faster by transforming it into an energy condensation form? To what extent would the power of the other energy tower or the energy tower that was responsible for launching the attack be enhanced, and so on? Speaking of which, before the new energy core is produced, transforming the energy tower into an energy condensation form would not produce any noise during the energy condensation process. Well, I think I'm spouting nonsense. The noise should be from the energy tower launching the attack. Yun Nuoxing said as he slapped himself. Everyone smiled bitterly. Their mouths occasionally moved faster than their brains, and they would certainly say the wrong thing. The aforementioned aspects could not be tested in the observer space, and needed to be tested on the battlefield. Well, they were just a little worried that there was no way to test it even if they moved it to the front line. After all, the front line was not facing much pressure at the moment, and it was not as simple as not much pressure. They had all moved their realm of order to the front of the Death Mist Rift and killed those bastards inside. If 1/5 of the new generation energy tower was already worse than before, it would definitely be worse in the future. Indeed, it sounds like there is no chance for the new generation energy tower to be unleashed to its limits. Brother Lei rubbed his forehead in distress as he listened. Judging from the results of the experiment on the new generation of energy towers, if we don't overload it for 1,000 hours, we probably won't be able to cause any instability in its structural core. It should be the same for the energy core. After all, the structural core has been greatly strengthened, and its structural strength is on a completely different level from the previous generation of energy towers. Even if both are mass-produced weapons, the difference in strength between the two is too great. Yun Nuoxing breathed a sigh of relief. The core structure of the previous energy tower was just ordinary energy and laws. The new energy tower used the origin energy and laws of origin from the origin relic, which was more than 10 times stronger than the origin energy and laws of origin he used himself. 1,000 hours. I don't have the chance to overload it for more than 1,000 hours. We scratched his head in frustration. Now, it's just a normal level of energy outburst. Before the new energy core is installed, it can already block the door of the death mist and bombard it indiscriminately. To change it, it's simply even worse, the girl in white said. This is really a very distressing and sad story. New weapons must be tested to their limits. They only knew half of it before they were brought to the battlefield. It was still okay now. When there was not much pressure, everything was fine and easy to handle. But when it came to the point where everything had to be pushed to the limit, then it would be a matter of not being able to test the other half. If they could not figure out what the other half would be like when the day of the final battle came, Let's do this. Hui snapped his fingers and nodded, making a decision. There are some guys in the Void frontline who specialize in defense. I know all of them. Call them over to help and get the other guys who specialize in offense to come over as well. Let the two groups of people perform. Everyone was speechless. Since there was no target, they had to let their own people be the targets. But bombarding for 1,000 hours. Suifeng's forehead was sweating. Are you sure they won't die? Hey, the Soul Temple is in Node 0. They just have to crawl back up after they die. Hui gave a thumbs up and smiled brightly. I'll tell them that this is a battle for order. Ahem. All right, don't look at me like that. It's as if I'm doing something inhumane. Hui coughed dryly in the face of everyone's extremely weird gazes. In fact, I already had this idea half an hour ago, when the Underworld's offensive had slowed down. At that time, the idea was just to let some of them train at the rear instead of the front line. Well, the training target was the lads from the front line, but now they can be put to other use. I believe that instead of training the new recruits from the rear day and night, they would prefer to fight with their own people of the same level. Probably. Yun Nuashing glanced at him and nodded without thinking for long. Do it. That's the only thing we can do now. Hui nodded and opened a soul message. Little Qing Zi, go to the training area and gather a group of lads. Tell them it's a special mission. It's going to take a long time, and they can fight to their heart's content. They don't have to go to the front line or wander the void, but there might be casualties. But with the Soul Temple, it's not a problem. Right. Half of them will be in charge of carrying shields, and the other half will be in charge of beating. As for the time, let's set it 3 days later. Everyone could not help but sigh in their hearts. Little Qing Zi, the model worker of the front line, is on call and knows everything. From fighting the enemy, wandering the void, to managing a region and leading the training of troops. He can do everything. Except for the half that could not be tested, they were quite satisfied with the new generation of energy towers that had taken shape. High-strength structure, increased attack power by God knows how many levels, fast charging, efficient attack, and majestic shape, as well as mass-produced weapons, could almost announce that the foundation of the Void frontline was firmly rooted in the Void. As for whether there was a way to continue to strengthen it, there was definitely still a way, but it would depend on the degree of development in the future. Before the day of the final battle arrived, they would continue to strengthen the power of the world of order until there was no way to go any further. After the announcement of the new energy core, Yun Nuashing brought it to the space of creation in the observer's dimension. The logistics personnel that Yuan Ji had mobilized were now busy day and night. Just like them, they handed the new energy core to the space of creation to record its situation. Next, they would enter the serious stage of mass production. With 2 types of energy towers and energy cores being manufactured together, it would not take a long time to arm the entire Void frontline. After all, there were more than 1,900 new space of creation. So, how many nodes are there in our front line? Yun Nuashing suddenly asked a fatal question. Hui shuddered, and his face turned pale. My dear F** King Lord Observer, you don't even remember what our front line looks like? How can I not remember? Yun Nuashing snorted and waved her hand. I didn't even remember. Everyone was speechless. That was good. This was the righteous Feng clan speaking. I've already told you, I'm a warrior. Of course, it's not impossible for you to say that I'm a brute who only cares about blasting the void. You're in charge of the internal affairs. Little Qing and Yuan Ji are also in charge. Anyway, I don't care. I know myself very well. I can't care about this kind of thing. The only thing I can suggest is how to strengthen our forces and how to open up the enemy's skull. Yun Nuashing crossed her arms and said righteously. Jingyun covered her face with a headache. But this is not the kind of troublesome internal affairs of the mortal realm. The internal affairs of the Void Frontline are only military affairs. They don't have to care about daily food and drink. Everyone is a superior being who can survive by drinking a cup of wine in the void, right? Yun Nuoshing scratched her head and stuck her tongue out. Seems like it. Then I'll start remembering now. So, how many nodes are there in our front line again? We looked as if he could not do anything about it. There are a total of 1,300 nodes in our front line. 1,300 nodes. 1,300 nodes. Got it. Yun Nuoshing yelped and turned to look at the creation space. There are a total of 1,950 nodes in the creation space. That is to say, 650 nodes are empty. There are 120 nodes in the observer space. I've used 20 to create energy sources, while the remaining 100 are used to create energy sources in the Sanctum of Origins. What about the other 530 nodes? Those are scattered among the nodes. Node 0 has 2 creations between it. After all, even if the underworld has slowed down their attacks, the forces left to deal with each node are not exactly equal. Some places need more forces to guard the realm of order, and the replacement has to be carried out faster. We said as he pulled his hair. Because the battle could not be stopped, it was easy for variables to occur when the defensive forces were being replaced. The nodes that were being attacked by the underworld naturally had to be replaced first to prevent a troublemaker from suddenly appearing and ruining things. The creation space in the creation space is creating the dedicated Sanctum of Origins and the new generation of energy towers. Now that there's an additional energy core, well, it has to be rearranged. We sighed with a headache. The matter of mass production was troublesome, especially when the foundation was being replaced. To put it bluntly, there were too many things to deal with. Even if the processing capacity was maxed out, it was not enough. Yun Nuoshing scratched her head. There's no need to rearrange. Let some of the frontline logistics people go to the new Sanctum of Origins and the new creation space to create the energy core. We was stunned. The creation space is already working on those two things. How can there be so much time? Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes. Tell that to the logistics people. They'll definitely understand faster than you. Huey's face twisted like a bitter gourd. After a while, a thought flashed in the back of his head. Don't tell me, they still have time after taking on this part of the task. Yun Nuoshing was a little surprised to see him being quick-witted for a moment. She nodded gently. The creation space itself is creating the dedicated Sanctum of Origins. This part uses half of its functions. The remaining half, if it continues to be busy, it can still create a new generation of energy towers. But if you let people assist it, it can also create energy cores for you in addition to building energy towers, and the processing speed is not slow. Otherwise, why would the creation space be thrown to logistics? There's no need for logistics. It's the same for the new Sanctum of Origins. So for now, with the task of creating a new energy core, well, it's full. It's completely full. We scratched his head and pointed in front of him. Then what about this part of the creation space? Full speed. First, there's enough dedicated Sanctum of Origins. When these 100 creation spaces have people to help, the speed of creating dedicated Sanctum of Origins would be 4 to 5 times faster than other creation spaces with more tasks. But if the new creation space carries out the task of creating energy sources, one energy core would almost fill it up. As for the remaining part, because there's not much left, it could only be thrown in to speed things up. If someone helps, they can use that little bit to make another space. But this energy source is used to race against time, and there's no need to deal with other things to slow things down. It's the same for the new sanctum of origins. The energy source takes up most of the production capacity, but it's also possible to race against time to create energy cores. We can even slow down the production of energy sources a little. After all, the energy source that races against time is already being created here. Then it seems that the energy source is still a little more overbearing. After all, it's something left by the god of origins. We could not help but sigh, and then his brain suddenly twitched as if it was natural. So, what's actually being made now? I'm almost confused. Seems like there's too many production lines. You want a conclusion, don't you? Well, there are only a few creations involved: the new generation energy tower, the energy core, the dedicated temple of origin, and the energy source. There are only 4 of them. Can't you tell them apart? Nuwashing scratched his head. I wouldn't be troubled if you had a separate production line for each creation, but Huey's face twitched a few times. But they're basically intersecting with each other. It's a bit of a headache. Nuwashing scratched her head. After all, there was a sequence to the creation of these creations. After they were created, they would begin to perform their tasks immediately. And with the current situation, the importance of the tasks in each place was the same, which made it a little confusing. The creation space in the front line is not making energy sources, but taking over the other 3. As for the new sanctum of origins in the front line, it was originally making energy sources, but now it has an additional task of making energy cores. The latter is used to buy time for the front line, so that the earlier the energy towers are installed, the earlier they can rest assured. The reason why the task of making energy sources is not canceled is that the energy sources are already in the process of being made, and they can't just collapse and use them to make something else. Then the remaining ones are the creation space in the observer space and the creation sanctum. 20 of the new creation space are focused on processing energy sources, and the rest are focused on making dedicated sanctum of origins. As for the creation sanctum, it does not make the 2 things used for fighting, but takes over the other 2. When the number of dedicated sanctum of origins is enough, it will turn to making new sanctum of origins. We heard this and immediately shouted through the soul transmission. Little Qingzi, did you hear that? That's it. So don't beat around the bush. The creation space in the front line does not make energy sources. The sanctum of origins is only responsible for energy sources and energy cores. The rest has nothing to do with you. Everyone do your job. So stop arguing. Everyone. So he was asking the others. After the tasks became more numerous, the arrangements began to become messy. In any case, this matter had been settled. After a period of time, they could see the Void front line being equipped with a new generation of energy towers, and their strength would increase visibly. At present, the underworld was still peaceful. Qing Jun's enemy had been slacking for nearly 100 days, and there was still no movement. It was said that he could no longer bear the loneliness and carried the energy towers in a high-profile rotation through every node, leaving behind a large clanging sound of explosions as he killed a large number of enemies and scared his own people before slipping away. Good heavens, running to the location of other nodes to have a meal while fighting and running at the same time. It felt more like he was there to play than to really practice. But the other party was Qing Jun, so maybe he was really there to practice. Forget it. Let's not bother with him. When the energy cores were ready, let him go and get a few first. It was fine if he ran around to fight, but it was not good if he suddenly fired a shot from the side and scared his own people. Apart from that, the Void Patrol Party was also regularly collecting Void concept fragments. Maple was still diligent in handling his own sea of energy, and they were also paying attention to the modification of the previous generation's energy towers. As the new generation's energy towers became more powerful, the previous generation's energy towers and energy cores were also being collected bit by bit. In 20 days at the latest, there would be no previous generation's energy towers and energy cores on the front lines. Everyone was only keeping a small portion of the previous generation's energy towers in their pockets for emergencies, while using new weapons at other times. The people whom Maple had Greenie assemble for the duel were already in position, and everyone was very excited after he explained the whole story. They immediately began to duel in a special layer of the observer space, with both sides going all out, with one side showing no regard for their own safety, and the other just fighting to the death. There should be no problem. Well, there should be. I Ching looked at the indiscriminate bombardment in front of him and laughed dryly. After all, this is a special mission to test the limits of a new energy tower. Everyone is working very hard. Let's just treat it as a training exercise. Back then, we fought for more than 1,000 hours. Now, everyone is slowly calming down from their crazed state. Huey's entire body shuddered, and he looked at him in surprise. You really think so? Well, they've calmed down a little. Just a little. I Ching smiled bitterly. To be able to move the realm of order to the front of the death fog rift and blast the enemy's door. Who would believe that they had calmed down a little? Either way, the matter of the energy towers had come to an end for the time being. They had entered a phase that required long-term attention, which was why they had to put it aside for now. Now, they had to return to the matter of the Fort of Origins and the Primal Rule. Two more big problems. Needless to say, the Fort of Origins was still in a dilemma. As for the Primal Rule, Maple had finally finished with the new Shrine of Origins and the new energy tower. Before the Sea of Energy recovered to the extent of 5 epochs worth of effort, he had no intention of further tinkering with the new energy tower. He was talking about the Tier 1 energy tower, which meant that it was the second phase of long-term attention. The Tier 1 energy tower had yet to be decided, and the matter was not over yet. It was just a temporary pause. Looking at Maple, he was determined to dismantle the Staff of Origins to study the Tier 1 energy tower. That would have to wait until the Sea of Energy recovered, which was why he could only wait. Between the Fort of Origins and the Primal Rule, he himself could not decide which was more important, so he divided it according to time. It would take 500 years for the first energy source to be installed. Spending 500 years on the Fort of Origins would probably not yield any special progress, but the Primal Rule had already been made. If he worked on it for the next 500 years, perhaps his progress would be 0 or even negative progress. That was a dilemma, but since it was Maple's own decision, he must have his own reasons for it. Let's just leave him be and have Siyu and Blue Phoenix keep an eye on that idiot. Oh, right. He also mentioned the topic to Ming and Shuang, who had come out for an activity. Now that the 4 girls were keeping an eye on him, he probably wouldn't accidentally disappear. As far as the current situation was concerned, everything was stable, and he preferred it this way. He could be at ease and busy with his work. Everyone had a clear division of labor, and no trouble. Although he was as busy as a spinning top every day, there would not be any big or small problems that would suddenly occur. Although he knew that this temporary peace was just the storm accumulating strength, at least he could enjoy the peace at the moment. It was much better to be at peace than to have someone raise a loudspeaker and shout in his ear like a storm when he was working. So, do we need to fast forward time? Hui asked Suifeng and the others, tossing the broken pieces of the Fort of Origins in his hand. Suifeng looked up and mused for a moment. Everything is on track for now. The modification of the Void frontline has to be done step by step, and we've just taken a step forward. The next thing we need to do would probably be 500 years later. It's not like we can't fast forward. That's not right. Hui Jun, didn't you arrange for some people to perform in the special space of the observer space? Why don't we wait for a few dozen days to see the results? TCH, I'll have little Qingzi check that part of the results when the time comes. We'll have him tell us about the situation the next time we come out. Sui Feng thought about it and put down the broken pieces in his hand. That's true. Then there's the matter of the energy towers of the previous generation. Hui paused, scratching his head and mumbling in hindsight. I almost forgot about that. Counting the time, there should be only a few days left. In a few more days, the new generation of energy towers would be fully installed on the front line. When that happens, we won't need the previous generation of energy towers, and they can retire in peace. Old friends who have seen us through the whole phase. We breathed a long sigh. If it weren't for such turbulence and chaos, we might have put in some effort to decorate them. But in times like this, we can only send them on their last journey and carry out their last mission. Sui Feng fiddled with the broken pieces in his hand and looked up at him. Everyone keeps some in their pockets in case of emergency. We have some in our pockets too. You don't have to make it sound so tragic. Huey's mouth twitched as he looked at the colorful planes, and then at the fragments that had been pieced together into an asteroid belt. Rolling his eyes at the sky was not enough to express his feelings. How long is the Fortress of Origin going to keep fighting? I feel that it will take at least 1,000,000 years. You don't say. It might really take 1,000,000 years. Brother Lei came over with a huge broken piece in his hand. Sui Feng, pull out the broken piece you're stepping on. These two pieces are one piece. It's a creation of the gods. We don't know the complete structure and rules. It's already very lucky to be able to put it back together when it's still intact. It's worth it even if it takes more time. I really can't see the end of it. Hui gave a long sigh, touched the fragment in his hand, and murmured, if only there were more middle-level original beginning. No, high-level original beginning. Ask everyone to come and help. It should be soon. I think it's going to be a fight soon. After all, the more people there are, the messier it is. Sui Feng joked. It was true that the more people there were, the faster the fight would be. But to put together the Fortress of Origin, one must at least be mid-tier 5th or 6th heavens of the primeval 5th heavens or 4th heavens. At present, only the commander-in-chief of the node and the order warriors in the divine realm had such a level. The others were still lacking, and the task of guarding the front line was equally important. TCH, don't be equally important. Look at how lazy the underworld is now. When the new generation of energy towers is fully installed, I'll get everyone in my family and those who have reached the standard to help. Just leave the commander-in-chief and some of the commander-in-chief behind. If this thing dilly-dally, I can't sit still for 1,000,000 years. Hui rolled his eyes. Just keep a certain level of force. I don't believe they would dare to. Stop. Shut up. Shut up. Everyone hurriedly shouted. What would happen if you said that? Cough, cough. Hui almost choked from the roar. Anyway, that's what I mean. If they're speeding up their sneaky business, we have to do the same. Feng, is that okay? This arrangement should work, right? Once the new generation of energy towers is fully installed, it would definitely be able to withstand a lot of pressure. Yin Nuoxing looked up and glanced at him through the soul transmission. Although it's a little radical, it's fine. It's a good thing that the Fortress of Origin is quickly assembled. After all, we still have to work on the Staff of Origin. After all, it would take years, even if we have more people. Then it's settled. Hui nodded. Gathering his breath in his dantian, he looked up and shouted, "Little Qingzi!" Everyone was speechless. Little Qingzi could be elected as the first model worker of the Void frontline. Every trivial matter, big or small, was left to him. Chapter 1885. 5 quadrillion was a huge number just from the sound of it. The energy towers of this scale were arranged neatly in front of them. It was as if a dense white forest had been planted in the sea of stars. Occasionally, a few mutated trees would grow bigger and brighter in color. They looked highly poisonous. Just looking at it from the periphery was enough to make one's eyes a little dizzy. The rows were neat and uniform. From the front, it seemed like there was only one row in front of one's eyes. Looking at it from the side, one couldn't see the end of it. It was so densely packed that if one were to count it with their eyes, they might get dizzy after a few counts. If one were to walk into this forest, they might immediately get lost and lose their sense of direction. Crazy. It's impossible to tell north from south in the first place. Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes at a certain crazy guardian and turned to look at the array of energy towers in front of them. The energy towers of the previous generation were all gathered here. They stood there like a forest made of towers. However, the array they formed was so huge that it would not be easy to see the whole picture. As for the number, TSK, it was such a huge number that it would not be easy to count them. It was more or less the same. Bro, Jing Yun flew out from the forest of towers and turned around to look at the front with him. The energy cores have been thrown in as well, 10 times the amount, damn. But is it okay to put these two things together? It's fine. Yun Nuoshing nodded. I don't know if you have noticed, but the structural roots of the previous generation energy towers and the energy cores are exactly the same. Jingyun was startled. I really didn't notice it. I'm just a bystander. If it's the same structural root, does that mean that some of the structural roots have some slight differences in activity so that they become two different creations? He stroked his chin and muttered to himself. For example, if 100 people were stuffed into the space ahead, those 100 people would be the foundation of the entire structure. Now, if 40 people were to squat and 60 people were to stand, that would be the energy tower, while 100 people would curl up together and become the energy core. That would be a simple explanation. Although that's what it means. Let some of the structural roots display different characteristics. In terms of priority, let some of the structural roots work first, and the other parts are placed behind. By changing the order of these effects, the same structural roots can create several different creations. Yun Nuoshing's cheeks twitched a few times. That's what you said. It's easy to understand, easy to understand. Don't mind the details. Jingyun laughed dryly and waved his hand. Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes and turned to look at the starry sky ahead. It had been a long time since he saw the starry sky. This world used to store things for logistics had also partly evolved into a background, and there was a starry sky. The scenery of billions of stars was his favorite scene, and it had been a long time since he saw it. Occasionally, he might accidentally see it, but he did not really stop to appreciate it, quietly passing by like a gust of wind and disappearing into the distance, not paying attention to everything he saw along the way. Brother Feng, the origin sanctum has been moved here. A huge rift opened in the starry sky, and a majestic sanctum slowly squeezed out of the rift. Suifeng's voice rang in the soul transmission, waking Yun Nuoshing from his brief moment of leisure. He nodded to Jing Yun and Hui and walked into the sanctum of origin together. Between the cores, or also known as between creations. It was preferred to call it between creations, but this hall was actually the core of the entire sanctum of origin and was equivalent to an energy core. The structural roots of the previous generation of energy towers were placed in the core. Yun Nuoshing turned to Jing Yun. What's next? How do we use that resonance thing? Let me do that. I'm an old hand. Jing Yun raised the structural roots and walked forward, fiddling with the core between the cores, before suddenly turning his head. Well, although I'm an old hand. Ahem, you guys better go outside and watch. I haven't used this function for a long time, and it's a little too much to change at once. It won't be fun if I mess it up, so let me know if you see anything wrong. Everyone rolled their eyes in unison. Is this guy even reliable? After spending so much effort, would there be any accidents at the last step? No way, right? Have you guys used this function before? Yun Nuoshing asked Suifeng and the others as they arrived at the stars outside the sanctum of origin. We haven't, but I've seen others use it. Suifeng shook his head. When the war between order and chaos broke out, the order defense line was different from the void blockade we use now. The offensive led by the chaos concept bodies was different from the netherworlds. It was not so cautious or neat, and the overall battle was very chaotic. Ahem, to make it easier to talk about the void, a few chaos concept bodies suddenly appeared in the western sector, leading a bunch of minions to attack the order defense line. Then, there were dozens of chaos concept bodies in the southern sector, dozens in the eastern sector, and perhaps none in the northern sector. Then, because we used a lot of forces to defend the northern sector in the last battle, part of our forces were stationed there. And it was a headache. Huey's face twitched. It sounds chaotic. It really was a chaotic battle. You think that's it? No. That's just a rough way of putting it. The truth is that the eastern sector might have been heavily attacked by the chaos concept bodies, with the flames of war igniting in the upper, middle, and lower planes. That's right, you heard it right. Even if the eastern sector was undamaged, the flames of war could still be ignited in the upper, middle, and lower planes. Yin Nuoshing. It was a chaotic battle. Suifeng grinned and said, at that time, the defensive structures of order were the ones we mentioned countless times before. The fortress of origins, the low-level nodes, the battle formations of order, the net of origins, and order. Oh, and the temple of origins. The temple of origins was the most common mid-level node. There were tens of thousands of temples of origins in the defensive line. These large-scale structures of order were all created by Her Eminence, and then handed over to the beings of order. We were directly responsible for the low-level nodes and battle formations of order, which could be mass-produced through the Temple of Origins. As for the rest, well, it was more or less the same as what Brother Maple said before. They were all handled by Her Eminence's great temples. We were responsible for placing them there. We can't create these large-scale creations, which is why the core of the Temple of Origins is used to create and update some of the little things that the beings of order bring. It's just as Jingyan said, we basically don't need those things. Our best weapon is our own origin energy, which is why we've seen others using this function of the Temple of Origins. We'll just watch from the sidelines, or at most go up and help. Suifeng couldn't help but let out a long sigh and smacked his lips. Perhaps it was because the topic suddenly reminded him of the past. The battles back then were the same as now. They were all carried out around the realm of order, but the difference was that most of our battles back then were carried out in the real world. Now, we're just slapping each other in the void. He was startled. Why? Why do we have to fight in the real world? Is there something wrong with fighting in the void? Or is there something bad? That's pretty much it, but there are restrictions in every aspect. Brother Lei tilted his head and scratched it. One of the reasons is that most territories of order would spend most of their efforts on world orbs. Their weapons and rules are targeted at the entire world orb, and there are only a few that directly target the void. If we operate in the world orb, it would be convenient to drag our entire family away. Most of the time, we can't just stand in the void and slap each other's mouths as if our lives depended on it. And we won't retreat unless we're in dire straits. Back then, we couldn't sense when we were in dire straits. There could be a chaos concept body suddenly charging out, or a node in front of us suddenly collapsing, and the eruption of chaos would spread from the node to the node. We were guarding, hence encountering a chain of impacts. All of these things happen very quickly, and it would be the fastest to drag a world orb with us, using the void to cut off any concept class impacts that we might encounter and avoid destruction. But if it's like the void frontline, Brother Lay looked at Fong and scratched his head. Brother Fong, let me put it bluntly. If a chaos concept body charged to the front line and triggered a concept disintegration class chaos blast, all 1,300 nodes in the void frontline would collapse at once, and the collapse might not even last a minute. Yun Nuoshing stared blankly, her eyes bulging. No, that can't be, right? That can't be, can it? The 1,300 nodes in the void frontline are connected by a void sealing circle, right? Sui Feng asked. Yun Nuoshing nodded. That's right. Then that's right. They could set this place ablaze with a single flame, burning the entire void frontline from here. A void version of Burning Camp. Ahem. Even if they managed to evade such a destructive attack in the void in time, it would still take a lot of effort to relocate in the void, right? The front line would have to be prepared in advance for each retreat. And if it were just world luminous blobs, they would be able to escape in a second from the moment they discovered them to the moment they retreated, no preparation needed. Yun Nuoshing and Hui were speechless. Surely that wasn't an ability they had trained to escape, was it? We were definitely like that at the time. Brother Lay could not help covering half his face when he saw how stunned the other two were. When we arrived at the void front line, we did not sense any chaos concept body's involvement. While the underworld had the power of the chaos concept body, they clearly could not unleash that concept class power, which is why we did not mention anything about the void front line since it's not important. At the time, we often had a hub of the order defense line being set ablaze because they could not cut off the connection in time, but that was relatively early. Yes, very early. We even participated in the early war. Sui Feng spread his arms. That's just one aspect. As for other aspects, such as the void, well, we could not snatch the chaos concept body's domain in the void, and that would require the gods to act personally. It's also the case of defense, but it's not as easy to defend the void as it is in the real world. As for the chaos concept body, when they invade the void of order, they would not be weakened much, just symbolically a little. Yun Nuoshing was at a loss for words. All right, without the home field advantage, order was too difficult. Anyway, under such circumstances, when the gods were not present, it was tacitly agreed that the void was the main battlefield for the chaos concept body, including those infinite chaos spawns. At the time, everyone tacitly agreed that the odds of order entering the void would be reduced by 50%. CU said fiercely, our win rate was less than 50% to begin with. Now that it's reduced, won't it become negative? Sui Feng's face twitched. You reacted quickly. So, Yun Nuoshing lowered his head and twirled his bangs with his fingers. The origin of the net of order that covers the entire line of defense, and the meaning of the existence of the net of order is to forcefully drag the battlefield that should be in the void into the real world. How did you know? Brother Lay was a little surprised. Did the gods tell you? No. When AI Hongyun was chatting with me, he mentioned the use of this net. He only mentioned part of it. What I said just now was based on some details and knowledge. I made my own guess. Yun Nuoshing shook his head. Guess. All right, as expected of you. Brother Thunder smiled bitterly and nodded. The origin and net of order that is built around the entire defensive line of order does have such an effect. To put it simply, it is a strengthened version of the Void Seal. When we fight, we will be inside the Void Seal. If chaos wants to fight against order, it must abide by this rule and enter the real world to do battle. Did the chaos concept bodies not think of directly smashing the origin net? Yun Nuashing asked. It's a concept class defense that the gods built with their own power and the void of order. It's immeasurably sturdy, and they must have tried but failed. That's why they could only enter the field set up by order and fight, forcing order to establish a home field advantage. Suifeng shrugged. Even so, order would still lose to chaos. In your own words, Brother Feng, the only advantage of home field advantage is that you could die with dignity. Hui was speechless. The origin net and order prevents direct combat in the void. Well, to be frank, we could only understand the principle, but not the reason behind it. We don't understand what would make the chaos concept bodies willingly abide by the rule and enter the real world to fight. After all, it's a higher level of knowledge that we can't reach, and we were too busy with the war to think about it. Now, 12 or 20 eras have passed, and we don't have any sample before us, so there's no way we can think about it. Sometimes, even if we accidentally fight in the void, we would avoid a prolonged fight, retreating to the nodes as we fight, and continue to defend with the node's power. With their explanation, Yun Nuashing had a general understanding of the order defense line in the mythological era. The origin net and order guarded the void, while some unknown power lingered in the void of order, forcing the chaos concept bodies to fight. On the other hand, the entire void of order was a defensive line built by the net, with 3 inner and 3 outer circles. It was not a single layer of shields that stood at the front, but a thick defensive line with layers of shields. The defensive line had the Fort of Origins as the central hub, spreading out in all directions like a net, while the Shrine of Origins as the intermediate node was responsible for extending the Fort of Origins' power, building small nets within the net. And this small net was one of the layers of defense. As a whole, Hui was holding up a huge shield in front of him. Behind Hui were tens of thousands of order warriors holding up thousands of shields of different sizes. Every order warrior had inherited Hui's defense. Yep, that's how it looked. It had a sense of déjà vu under such circumstances. Regardless of where the chaos concept bodies wanted to cut into the battlefield, they would have to face the powerful defenses of order head-on. Powerful defenses, yes. Powerful defenses referred to powerful that could be torn apart, highlighting the invincible power of the chaos concept bodies. It was common knowledge that the power of order was a bluff compared to such defenses. The entire void front line they had built, well, it was just one big shield, just one shield. At best, it was a ring-shaped perimeter, with 1,300 shields stuck to the perimeter, each of them standing on the ring and facing the front, leaving nothing behind. It would not be fun if the void of order caught on fire, but it was fortunate that there was no fire in the backyard. Come to think of it, what's an order battle formation? We suddenly remembered the topic. I heard you mention that net, along with the Fort of Origins and the Shrine of Origins right in front of us. Leaving aside the lower nodes, there's still the order battle formation. Let me think about how to put it. Brother Lei crossed his arms and thought for a moment before glancing at the energy tower ahead. In short, it's a pillar in front, and the strength of the order warriors within range of the pillar would combine into one. When there are 1,000 of them in the battle formation, each of them would be able to unleash the power of 1,000 men carrying the pillar and fighting around it. Simple and easy, right? We scratched his chin. 1,000 of them dancing and singing around a pillar. Everyone was speechless. That damned destructive power. Sounds like a good thing. Resisting the urge to throw Hui into the void of chaos, Yun Nuashing turned and ignored him, looking at Brother Lei. Is there anything left? That pillar you're talking about. That's just a metaphor. To be honest, it's not a pillar, but a huge crystal of origin energy entangled with a bunch of origin essences. That's the core of the battle formation, and it could resonate and borrow power from the nodes around it. Since the nodes were all over the void of order at that time, it could be assumed that the battle formation could unleash its corresponding power wherever it went, and the more nodes there were, the more power it could resonate and gain. That's related to the range of the nodes, which means that in that instant, the battle formation's range of gathering power into the void had changed from its own range to the range of 7 or 8 nodes. Yun Nuashing lowered her head and thought for a moment. Sure enough, it's a far cry from the way we fight now. That's right. At that time, it was basically the Order warriors who carried the battle formation, the Temple of Origins, and the lower-level nodes personally charging into the enemy's ranks. They would fight chaotically in the physical world, and as they fought, they would rush into the void and quickly return. If the node they were guarding accidentally collapsed, they would quickly carry the important defensive forces, such as the Temple of Origins and the lower-level nodes, fighting and retreating to a friendly node, bringing along a large number of enemies along with them. Hui was very excited. So, you're the one who lured the enemies here? Well, that was a common thing at that time. Brother Lei shrunk his neck and laughed dryly. Often, a group of people would run away from the node, dragging their families with them to the neighboring node. The soldiers of chaos and order in the node would look at them and the specialties they brought with them at the same time. Then, both sides would continue to tussle, and the number of both sides would increase. Once this cycle began to accumulate from thousands of nodes, and finally rushed to the world light cluster guarded by the central hub, it would be the decisive battle in this region of the void. Accumulating pressure, retreating, and retreating thousands of times before finally gathering for the final battle, either to recover a lost ground or to continue retreating. That aspect was very similar to the front line of the void. As expected, it was a fighting style imprinted in their instincts, retreating as they fought, and finally finishing the battle in a single stroke. Compared to the fighting style back then, I personally feel that the fighting style of the front line of the void is more reliable. Combining the two might not be bad. It feels good to move that framework to the world light cluster for attack and defense. As Sui Feng spoke, he looked at the distant energy tower and sighed. If only we had the energy tower array back then. Combining the two, we hurriedly answered, "Can't you die with more dignity?" You're right. Everyone looked at each other, covering their faces and smiling bitterly. No matter how much power they gained, they would die with more dignity. How difficult. So that thing is gone? Yun Nuashing brought the topic back to the battle formation of order. That origin energy crystal entangled with the rules of order, the core of the battle formation of order. It should be gone. Those things are not in the records of the origin sanctum. Many things are gone. Brother Lei nodded helplessly. There is no trace of that thing among the things the gods left behind. Although there are still some things that have not been opened, to be honest, I don't have much hope. Brother Feng, why don't you make one yourself? Sui Feng shuddered and looked at Feng expectantly. That's right. With the things the gods left behind, it should be possible, right? Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes at the two and conjured an apple out of thin air with her left hand. Look, this is what you described. Then she took out a durian with her right hand. Look, this is what I made according to your description. Everyone was speechless. Did she mean that the description did not match reality? How am I supposed to make a core of the battle formation of order if I only know its function? Look, a blade can hit, and so can a durian. Its function is to hit as well. Yun Nuashing kept rolling her eyes and took a bite of the apple with a crunch, speaking clearly as she chewed. There are no instructions at the beginning of the origin energy crystal. Even if I go in that direction, it's just a faceless thing. I don't know what is in the origin crystal and the origin energy crystal. So how am I supposed to make it? But since there is a direction, I'll just give it a try, but don't expect too much. Hui blinked. Why do I feel like you have found inspiration? Where did your inspiration come from? Yun Nuoxing looked at the durian in her hand and pointed at the energy tower in front of them. The way the energy tower gathers power to attack, it feels a little similar. No, it's not even close. Just get the idea. Don't mind the details. You want to eat durian? Yun Nuoxing said calmly as she tore the durian open with her bare hands. The group came forward to share the durian. Sui Feng wiped his mouth and paused. Wait, what are we doing here? To see Jing Yun talk about the resonance between the origin temple and the creation of order. Yun Nuoxing calmly nibbled on the durian as her eyes turned to the magnificent temple. Don't tell me she killed herself in there. How long has it been? Why is there no news? If we keep talking, we'll be talking about the battle at the end of the last era. I'll go take a look. Hui was about to go to the origin temple to check out the situation when the entire temple began to gather energy, startling them. Sui Feng and the others reacted quickly and immediately understood the function of the energy. Oh, it's finally starting. I was wondering if I should make tea and wait. The energy burst from the origin temple suddenly spread out at infinite speed. The energy ripple made Yun Nuoxing feel a little like a domain. The domain enveloped the entire world, but the energy flowing in the domain was another presence. It seemed to be the presence of the energy tower of the last generation. So that's how it is. First, construct a domain. Then use the origin of the creation as the aura of the domain. Then use a method similar to homology tracing to lock onto all things that have similar structural cores. Then carry out homology resonance and use a superior entity to influence a subordinate entity. Finally, forcefully change the domain. It's quite convenient. The main thing is that it has a domain that can be searched and locked onto quickly. Yun Nuoxing nodded in realization. She turned around and saw Sui Feng and the others in a daze. You don't know? We only know how the origin temple was completed. We didn't delve into the details. Sui Feng covered his face and turned away. Details, right? It's not important, not important. Brother Lei also turned his head with an awkward expression. Yun Nuoxing, can you guys be reliable? Forget it. I didn't have much energy at that time. It's understandable. Brother, save me. It's out of control. There's too many. I can't handle it. Come and help. Yun Nuoxing, could they be a little more reliable? Chapter 1886. He was already used to the unreliable image of the world of order. Yep, including himself, he would occasionally drop the ball, and most of the time, he would drop the ball at crucial moments. Of course, he wouldn't drop the ball when it was the most important big thing, but if he dropped the ball at crucial moments, then it would be really bad. Other than that, from the primordial goddess to the other life forms of order, everyone had an unreliable aura of being finished. The above words were purely thought up by him when his brain was cramping. There was no special meaning behind it. He just wanted to complain a little. If it wasn't for Jing Yun yelling and awakening a series of unpleasant memories in him, he wouldn't have wanted to complain about it. The party quickly rushed into the Temple of Origins, expecting to see something like the sky falling, the earth cracking, and the void collapsing. But when they looked closer, the core of the Temple of Origins was still calm for the time being. In other words, the energy within the Temple of Origins was a little chaotic, but it was just a little chaotic. Jing Yun pressed her palms together on the 100-feet-long primordial construct in front of her. Her face was gloomy as if she was ashamed to see anyone, and she looked a little sad as if she was crying. Although your expression is on point, now is not the time to put on a show. Yun Nuoshing walked up with a blank face and reached out to pat the primordial construct that only had a vague boundary. It was the source of the chaotic energy within the Temple of Origins, and its internal structure was fine. It was just that, well, when a normal stream flowed through it, it would turn into a muddy mudslide, filled with all sorts of strange, foul things. More or less, in human terms, the energy within the Temple of Origins was fine, but after passing through the primordial construct, it became chaotic. Actually, Jingyun turned 90 degrees with an awkward look. There are too many of them. It's a little hard to control, but it's not convenient to stop this thing, so I slowed down to buy time. With my ability as a weakling, I don't think I can do anything about it. Why don't you give me a hand? Yun Nuoshing crossed her arms and looked at him suspiciously. You said that I'll leave it to you. I thought you could handle it alone. That was indeed the case at first. I was also in charge of dealing with similar matters when we were fighting, and I definitely wasn't just a dabbler in it once or twice. Jingyun forced a smile, but her expression soon turned bitter again. But I've never dealt with such a huge scale. Back then, when the Shrine of Origins resonated with the order creation in the area we were guarding, it was at most the scale of a few 100,000 or a few million, which was 1 or 2 personal tools for each person. But this time, the scale of energy towers and energy cores combined is a little crazy, and I really can't deal with it. Weakling, please help. Everybody exclaimed in their hearts. 5 quadrillion plus 50 quadrillion was indeed a little bit too much. No wonder he couldn't handle it. They even wondered if the Temple of Origins would have jumped up and cursed at this moment if it had intelligence. He had to undertake such an inhuman task not long after he was born, and he had to bear the pressure that he shouldn't have at his age. Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes and stretched out her hand to press on the structural source. So, how should we deal with it? Just use energy? To use your origin energy and origin precepts. I might even need your sea of energy. You're in charge of using energy, and I'll deal with it. Don't look at me like that. We really don't have any other way. This thing is almost half an origin relic, and I'm just a weakling. If it's just a few thousand or a few thousand of them, it's definitely not a problem. Jingyun smiled bitterly when the little brother glared at her, as if she was looking at a maggot. The sea of energy had just finished a series of things and was finally able to take a breather. Right now, it was in a state of rapid recovery, and now the little brother wanted to borrow at the moment he opened his mouth, and it was obvious that he was going to use a huge amount of it. The situation was no different from asking the little brother to stay where he was and let him punch him. The little brother did not send him flying into the void of chaos because he was a member of order. Yun Nuoshing squinted at him for a long while before sighing helplessly. Wasn't it supposed to be recycling retired armaments? Why does it seem like there's more and more investment? So, who was the one who suggested this plan? Come, stand up for me. I have a few words from the bottom of my heart. Everyone's eyes locked onto a certain guardian in unison, betraying him in an instant. Huey's face turned pale as he was locked on, and when he saw Maple's look of disgust, he could not help but mutter, I didn't expect this to happen. I just wanted to deal with it. This must be Jingyun's fault. Look, he said that it would be fine after a few thousand, but he just had to do it all in one go. Holy *T. There are 55,000 trillion in here. God knows how long it will take to process a few thousand or a few thousand. Also, I only realized that something was wrong when I started working on it. How can you say it's mine? When you two are done, go to the void turbulence's permanent point to mine. Yun Nuoshing scolded. interrupting the two's frantic interaction. Don't even think about coming back if you don't make up for the losses in the sea of energy this time. Hui and Jing Yin shrunk their heads and stuck out their tongues at the same time. While it sounded harsh, it actually meant, when you two are done, hurry up and make mud for me. Well, it was more or less the same. Maple and Jing Yun were stationed in the Temple of Origins, and they had to continue monitoring those things from the outside to prevent any accidents from happening. Just the thought of converting a large number of order creations into a single disposable explosive was risky, and if something unexpected happened halfway through, it might lead to something bad happening, such as explosions, and explosions. Really, with Maple's personality, it was very possible. It had been a long time since he had caused such a big scene or explosion, so he must be feeling a lot of pressure in his stomach. The time when Maple bombarded him did not count. At that time, Maple did not use his own power, so the pressure was not released. As a qualified flammable and explosive object, he needed to check his physical and mental health regularly and clear the accumulated pressure regularly to prevent accidental detonation. Of course, the current situation was not good. If the pressure was released now, the group of people would instantly die. The 55,000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000. The towering white forest glowed brightly. The great radiance appeared from the center, and the energy within the entire world of light began to converge towards it. Several huge rifts suddenly opened in the surrounding stars, with the energy of the sea of energy pouring out and converging ahead with the energy of the entire starry sky. Endless streams of light converged from countless places, drawing a huge vortex in front of them that looked like a galaxy. The outermost energy towers had begun to change. First, their outer shells were dissolving into pure energy. The entire process was like watching a weathering process accelerated by hundreds of thousands of times as the wind of energy in the stars dissolved their outer shells and exposed their structural roots. In the process, the neatly arranged formation also began to change due to the suction from the center of the star system and was being pulled towards the center. The densely packed formation, the half-melted energy towers, and the entire energy tower were now pulled together and slowly squeezed into a ball. At this moment, if one were to lock onto one of the fully exposed structural roots, they would see that it was changing out of thin air. The power of rules within was changing little by little and was beginning to be infected with origin energy. A portion of the energy that streaked past them would be rapidly plundered, building origin principles within. That was what it lacked, and was being assimilated by resonance. The entire process was not slow. He only observed for a moment, and saw that the structural roots were half assimilated before disappearing into the great radiance ahead. Very active energy movements were emanating from the light that resembled a star system, and everyone knew what was happening inside. They were also quite clear that if they were careless, well, it was best not to think about such things. That was what they thought. But it did not stop them from quickly retreating when they felt the tremendous pressure. The magnitude is really too great. The homology resonance from the Temple of Origin could have been completed in half a minute. Swayfeng braved the winds that were blowing from all directions and open his eyes to look at the radiant starry sky. He had a feeling that the stars in the distant star system were being affected by the tremendous pressure and were approaching bit by bit. It's been half an hour now. After all, it's the magnitude of 55 quadrillion. We looked indifferent. If it blows up, we're all dead. Everyone shivered, their faces turning deathly pale. Can't you say something nice at this time? Why did you have to say such a dangerous thing? It's over. We'll have to spend the rest of our time on edge. If by any chance we're careless, we'll enter the spiritual temple hand in hand and fall into a deep slumber. The energy inside is still gathering at an accelerated rate. Suifeng whispered, "It seems to be more than that. The homology resonance seems to be fusing. They are fusing them." Brother Lei was startled. "Did we have a predetermined step?" "Yes." Hui nodded. "Transforming it into an explosive with a yield of 55 quadrillion. As the name suggests, there's only one, and it's a huge yield. So, there's nothing wrong with fusing it." Suifeng, No. You didn't mention it in detail. I thought it was just a transformation, and we'll throw it out when we need to use it. Brother Lei and the others were also dumbfounded. They had no recollection of a predetermined fusion. "Well, as long as Maple understands. Look, he knows what we're going to do." Hui grinned and flashed a bright smile, showing his tenacity and strength. If you guys didn't understand, then that unreliable Jing, you definitely didn't understand either. It's good that Feng directly takes action, saving us the extra step of the operation. Everyone, as expected of a close friend of a dozen eras, they were probably almost telepathic. Anyway, if they had to deal with it, they would not have known that there was a second step. The rest of the time was spent waiting in fear. As for the culprit who made everyone tremble in fear with his words, he was humming a song against the energy storm of the stars, using the Guardian's greatsword and shield to beat each other to the beat. If not for the fact that he did not use the power of rules to make the sound, they would have heard a tinkling accompaniment. Although the process looked very frightening, Little Brother Feng was indeed Little Brother Feng. While they waited blindly, the energy storm continued to pull steadily for 2 hours. Then everything stopped. The storm stopped, and everything was silent. The place where the white pillars stood was now occupied by a super huge bright white ball of light. It was not a ball of light shrouded by the light of a distant star system, but an energy ball with an energy body. It was stuffed with various types of energy. Now, it was probably restricted by various rules. The energy inside was very stable and quiet and did not suddenly become violent. "It's so bright like a star system." We could not help but say. Suifeng gauged the size of the ball of light. After a moment of silence, he turned to Hui Jun and said, "That ball of energy is probably the largest energy aggregate we have ever seen." Hui waved his hand casually. "Hey, you all know that Maple's ability to roll balls has always been pretty good. Plus, with this kind of yield, it's very normal for it to be big. There's no need to be surprised. The bigger the yield in the visible range, the more beautiful the fireworks are. When the time comes, we'll go all the way to the underworld to give them a salute. The gift is light, but the thought is heavy." Suifeng was silent for 2 seconds. He agreed with Hui Jun, but he could not be the only one surprised. So he said quietly, "The diameter of that thing is 10,000 times the diameter of the realm of the gods." Hui. As everyone knew, the size of the realm of the gods was calculated according to the neighboring star system. If the neighboring star system was not used as the measurement unit, then the diameter would be measured according to 10 million light years. Then the question was, how much would it take to enlarge the number by 10,000 times? Just enlarging the sphere wasn't enough. He had to fill the entire sphere with flammable and explosive energy, and it was all origin energy, the pinnacle of order energy. Just thinking about such an extraordinarily large, flammable, and explosive object in front of him, just thinking about it made his liver tremble. What do you think happened to Maple? We could not help but sigh faintly. Our initial setting did not seem to be so crazy, right? Although that may be the case, I want to say that you two are the same. Brother Lay wiped off his cold sweat. It's not like you're the first to know that Brother Maple is suffering from a terminal phobia of insufficient firepower, and yet you're the one who brought up such a deadly plan. That's true, but look at this thing. Hui was sweating profusely as he looked at the ball of light in front of him. It was so far away that when the distant starlight brushed past its surface, it was distorted and turned into a weird shape. Even the star field that was derived from the special world ball of light was trembling a little because of its appearance, and there were signs of large-scale slight distortion. This is not a healthy thing at first glance. I have never thought of it at all. Only someone with a brain can create this damn thing. Is it okay for me to say that? Hui said, I'm sorry if you have a screw loose in your head. Maple's cursing voice suddenly rang behind them, and his back straightened. You have a screw loose in your head, too. You were the one who brought up the plan first, and I just perfected it according to your request. In the end, you say that I have a screw loose in my head. We're the same. You have a screw loose, and I have a cannon. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes at a certain person who did not even dare to turn her head. She looked at the light before her and nodded to everyone. It's done. After the condensation of this thing, there is a little change inside. I've now frozen all its energy activity. You can take the opportunity to study it. You should be able to get some information about the origin energy. After all, it's using the energy of the origin relic and the origin precepts, a huge amount put together. Well, there's such a good thing. Brother Lay suddenly showed an interested look. But if the energy is frozen, well, when the time comes to use it, won't we have to do that in advance? Won't it be affected? The movement comes from itself. There won't be too much of a movement. Yun Nuashing shook his head and looked at what was perhaps the top 5 most insane thing he had ever created. There's no way to keep it in a state of energy activity. There's too much condensed energy and rule power, and all sides are barely tensed together. Now, once it's defrosted, it will collapse at a speed faster than you can imagine. You even have to throw it out in 10 seconds, or it will explode on the spot if you're a second late. 10 seconds! Well, 10 seconds sounds like a very dangerous time. If you're being beaten up, you won't have time to prepare. Before you throw it out, you have to calm down and take a deep breath to prepare. If you hold it in your hand and it explodes, you're done for. Sweat broke out on Suifeng's forehead after a moment of silence. He asked the question that everyone was most concerned about. Then the power. Yun Nuashing's slightly delighted expression disappeared. He squinted his eyes and did some calculations. Then he tilted his head and looked at everyone, throwing out a few options. Countless standard high-level primeval, a visible number of 8th heaven primeval, or the pinnacle of 5th circle primeval. Anything works. The third option might be a little problematic. After all, the pinnacle of primeval has too many variables. Theoretically speaking, let's keep some of it. Even if it doesn't directly blow the pinnacle of 5th circle primeval to death, it can at least break his defense. While his defense is broken, we can use the energy tower to blast his mother and take her down in 2 waves. Everyone was sweating profusely. Very good. They have another trump card. A trump card that only needs 10 seconds to trigger. When it's triggered, it will definitely be accompanied by all kinds of explosions that will open up the void and collapse the primeval realm. Conservatively speaking, the damage will be measured in trillions. The targets include the various abyssal death mist spawns and chaos spawns, as well as the underworld dwellers and underworld dwellers, as well as a large number of unlucky Order warriors who can't even run away. Yes, once this thing is blasted out, they won't be able to run away even if they save their strength from the beginning, let alone prepare in advance. If this thing is thrown out, the destructive power is definitely at the level of the void concept. If it explodes on the spot, 3 or 4 parts of the void will sink. Not to mention the enemies, even their own people may not be able to survive the explosion. And the most serious problem is that this thing is a close-range weapon. Yes, it's a close-range weapon with a killing range of 1 million meters and a firing range of 10 meters. It's not much different from holding it in the palm of your hand and detonating it. Anyway, the person responsible for the firing will definitely not be able to escape. If they don't take a hot energy bath in the energy storm, they won't be able to get out of the situation. And after the hot bath, they won't be able to get up for more than 10 days. God knows what will happen after that. Sure enough, the person who made this thing must have a screw loose in the head. And so did the person who came up with the idea. You come up with the idea, and I come up with the idea. Looking at everyone's weird expressions, Yun Nuoxing shrugged. Anyway, it's done. Before it's thrown out to carry out the mission, you guys can go over and touch it to see if you can find anything useful. Don't tell me it's going to be scrapped. This is the top 5 creation that I'm most satisfied with in my life, and I'm going to use it to flatten the underworld. Having said that, Yun Nuoxing sighed softly. If I had known, I would have asked the logistics department to increase the number of energy towers. This thing can't be changed after it's solidified. What a pity, what a pity. If the power was doubled, it could have stably killed a Yuanshi Peak 5 class enhancement. Everyone was speechless. This guy can't be human all the time. He has now begun to apply what he learned and draw inferences about other things. He did not immediately propose the plan of accumulating 10,000 trillion new generation energy towers to create a large yield. Perhaps he felt that it would be too time-consuming and unrealistic. Moreover, this kind of one-off thing, well, it's true that it can't be used as a common attack because it can't be used at all. There's no need to think about which is the better option between an energy tower of the same level and countless powerful attacks. Moreover, a crude method of rubbing them together and combining them to attack would have a different effect. If they didn't need to deal with the decommissioned energy towers of the previous generation, they probably wouldn't have such an unrealistic idea. Have fun and deal with it. Well, that's enough. There's no need to mention it again. In any case, this phase of the matter had come to an end. There wouldn't be more to deal with in the short term. Perhaps this day could be considered a turning point, the turning point of the Void frontline. After this day, the Void frontline would enter a whole new realm. The level of consumption of the Sea of Energy this time, well, judging from Maple's muttering before he left, it should have consumed a lot of energy. At this moment, Maple's mind was filled with the painstaking efforts of 5 eras. After muttering for a while, he returned to the observer space to continue processing the Sea of Energy and the Source Law. Other than CU and Blue Phoenix, the 2 girls who were bound to Maple and left together, the rest of them stayed here to study this frozen giant energy amalgamation. They had indeed benefited a lot. It referred to the countless ways he imagined himself dying when he faced the huge cluster of light. Well, he didn't have any particular inspiration. If he had to squeeze out some results, he felt that the cluster of energy before him had given him a little idea in the aspect of energy that could allow his ability to advance a few steps. Still, for Sui Feng and the others, the huge cluster of origin seemed to have many tricks up its sleeves. They had been very excited from the start when they studied the cluster of light, even intending to call the other second-generation heirs who were assembling the Fortress of Origins over. Speaking of which, Our matters here have come to an end. We have to deal with things over there as soon as possible, Hui said when he heard them mention the topic. Oh, that's right. Little Qingzi has called everyone over. Brother Lei grunted. It should be time for the frontline personnel to be mobilized. Now was the time to divert their attention. As for the front line, 80% of the new generation of energy towers had been installed. Its power was many levels higher than before, and moving some people away would not be a problem. Let me know 5 minutes ago. If we go now, we can all go to the sanctum of creation. Hui stood up and waved his hand to open a portal. Let's go. We have more important matters to attend to. The sanctum of creation, the space where the Fortress of Origins was located. At this moment, I Ching and the people he had gathered were gathered in this vast space. What they saw was a vast plain of remains that was thousands of miles high and had no end in sight. Everyone opened their eyes wide and swallowed their saliva. That, Your Excellency I Ching, don't tell me we're dealing with this. One of the deputy commanders could not help but gulp as he pointed at the vast plains in front of them, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. This lump, pile of things. Everyone standing here heard that and broke out in cold sweat. They then looked at the group of people on the plains who were looking at them curiously and then continued to lower their heads to do something. I'm actually not that sure. After all, it was Lord Feng and Lord Hui who summoned us. We did not know beforehand. Let me ask Lord Hui. Wait a moment. I Ching quickly found Lord Feng and Lord Hui's soul seeds. Before he could shout, Lord Hui's voice rang from behind. There are quite a lot of people. Little Ching, is the defense okay? I Ching quickly replied when he saw Lord Hui and the others coming out of the space. The personnel of each node have been adjusted according to the ratio of their combat power. Although they are all mid-tier Yuanshi of the fifth heaven, each node has enough power left. There shouldn't be a problem. So, Lord Hui, what we have to do is... He pointed at the massive wreckage before him and gulped. Hui smiled and walked up to him, patting him on the shoulder. He looked around and saw that there were 20 to 30,000 Order warriors. Almost 70% of them were warriors of the celestial realm. He could not help but nod. When the heavens are about to bestow a great responsibility on a great man, it must first drive him mad. Ahem, that's it. What you have to do is to put this pile of clanking and crackling things back together. Take your time. We have a lot of time. Lord Hui, I Ching's face was covered in cold sweat. Can I ask how long this will take? I don't know. Before you came, we were prepared to fight for 100 million years. After you came, it might take a few million years, right? Everyone, Anyway, I'll leave it to you guys. Guys, don't fight. We have other missions. Hurry up. Time is of the essence. Everyone, Their faces were numb. They did not even leave a guide for them. Chapter 1887. In the busy years, time passed faster than flowing water. They could still reach out and touch the flowing water, but time would splash like the wind and vanish without a trace. Before they could regain their footing, they would abruptly look back to find that time had already passed, day by day, habit of closing their eyes and pretending to rest before opening them to work. It was as if they had personally charged into a whirlpool, and if the whirlpool did not vanish, they would not feel anything even after spinning for tens of thousands of days. Of course, the main premise was that they did not die. Normal people should not play like that, for they could not afford to play even half of it in their lifetime. Once they plunged headfirst into the whirlpool, there would be no gaming experience to speak of. Cough, cough. He was digressing. He only wanted to talk about the issue of time. Events in the void itself passed quickly, and it was even more so on the battlefield. If he were to fully immerse himself in researching something, time would accelerate even faster, pulling him along with a rope around his neck. If the latter two conditions were added together, it would be terrible. He could feel that time was moving at the speed of light, and although he clearly felt that he had only opened and closed his eyes a few times, a period of time had passed in a blur. Indeed, there were still many important matters at hand. Devoting himself to research did not mean that it was something that would last forever. Now, it had been 400 years since the last time they messed around with a bunch of things. In other words, the first phase of the Void Frontline's ascension, right? Or had it been 500 years? Well, it shouldn't be 500 years. If it was 500 years, Maple should have gone to the space of creation to harvest the first batch of energy sources, and then waved his hand to call his friends over to watch, help, and cause trouble. Well, they were there to cause trouble. Basically, they were there to watch while the others watched. While they watched, they made all kinds of shameful remarks such as, wow, what the F***CK, what the F***CK, and other kinds of shameless remarks. However, they still had to watch. Even though they threw 2 girls to tie down a certain guy who had a screw loose, the 3 of them, the 5 of them, were essentially wearing the same pants. Oh, no, they were squeezed into the same bed. If Maple really wanted to cause trouble, the 4 girls might not be able to resist him. The latter himself also knew that he had a tendency to go crazy, so he wouldn't say anything about some unimportant trifles. However, once he encountered something serious, he definitely needed a group of people to watch by the side, for no other reason than to tie him up. His mind raced like he was running a marathon. In the end, he judged that less than 500 years had passed. He let out a long sigh and opened his eyes. In front of him were billions of stars, star regions, big light clusters, big, beautiful, big, extra-large, gorgeous fireworks. Yes, it was the light cluster with the 55 quadrillion equivalent that was tossed around in the warehouse world light cluster hundreds of years ago. They had done nothing in the past hundreds of years and had just holed up in this warehouse. As mentioned before, the extra-large origin energy cluster that Maple had made could give him some small inspirations in various aspects, some small inspirations about the way to use energy. In the past hundreds of years, he had been following this line of thought and tirelessly practiced. If you had to describe it, it could be said that he was in a daze. The self-breakthrough in the premier realm was similar to being in a daze. Like an idiot, he found a stone and squatted on it, lowering his head and supporting his chin, thinking about who am I, where am I, and what am I doing in his mind. Well, although it was not that strange, it was almost the same. Cultivation in the primeval realm gave him such a feeling. He had more time to think. Self-breakthrough, as the name implied, was to think about what else he could do and what he lacked. It was not enough to reflect on himself 3 times a day, so it was recommended that he increase his level by a lot. As for serious cultivation, he had already cultivated for more than 10 eras. If this still did not become an automatic trigger, it was recommended that he return to his mother's womb and be reborn. This was not something that needed to be controlled by one's consciousness. If his body could not remember, then he could just destroy his own body. It would be useless, wasting the resources of his brain, rebuilding a body and engraving the rules on it so that it could forcibly remember would not be better than anything else. He had digressed again. It was mainly because he had been sitting here for hundreds of years that his mind was a little muddle-headed. He did not have a clear direction every day and would let his imagination run wild. If it were anyone else, they would be muddle-headed. When he was following Feng around, he would feel tired within 2 days. If he were to piece together the Fortress of Origin, he would be numb within a few years. Now, he was a little impatient to sit here and practice. He felt like he was asking for a beating, as expected of the shield-bearer, as expected of him. Maple hadn't hit him for hundreds of years. His bones were a little uncomfortable, a little itchy. He wanted to squirm and move over to let Maple slap him twice. Oh no, he seemed to have become strange. Slap. The slap made him dizzy. Hui smiled bitterly and shook his head. Now that there was no one to help him slap himself, he had to do it himself. Anyway, back to business. Sui Feng, Brother Lei, and the other second-generation heirs were sitting cross-legged next to the extra-large mass of origin energy. They all looked solemn and dignified, like statues. Of course, Sui Feng thought that they were scared. Although Maple had promised that the energy of the mass of origin energy had been completely frozen, it was still very intimidating. Even the Lord of the Underworld would be scared if he saw it, not to mention that they were sitting cross-legged around it. It was no different from holding a bomb while meditating. If they could really concentrate on meditating, how about he give them the title of #1 Calmness King in the void? This thing is so bright. Hui looked at the mass of light for a while and rubbed his eyes. His eyes and soul were stung by the sunlight. Even though the mass of origin energy was in a frozen state, it was still releasing very weak energy, which meant that a single ray of light could vaporize the entire world group. That was why Hui admired Sui Feng and the others for being able to close their eyes and meditate so peacefully while hugging a huge, slightly active bomb. After observing for a while, he noticed that someone seemed to be moving. He thought for a moment and sneaked over carefully. When he saw that the person who woke up was Sui Feng, he didn't bother to hide anymore. He walked over and patted Sui Feng's shoulder. "You're awake." Sui Feng had just opened his eyes and was still a little groggy. When he patted Hao Run, he immediately jumped up and subconsciously put on a defensive posture. He turned his head and was stunned. "Huh, Hui Jun, don't scare me. I thought I was attacked by something." Attack. Huey's face twitched. He pointed at the mass of origin energy and said, "Are you talking about this kind of attack? Once this thing attacks, we can only meet again in the spiritual temple. I don't have time for you to jump up and put on a defensive posture." Hearing that, Sui Feng smiled bitterly. He scratched his head and looked around. Seeing that everyone was still in the state of cultivation, he asked in a low voice, "How many years has it been?" After he said that, he came back to his senses and said, "Oh, if you're still here, it shouldn't be that long." "What do you mean by, I'm still here?" Huey's face twitched again. "Hui Jun, you don't have much patience. I think you'll run out after sitting here for a while, even if it's something Brother Feng left behind." Sui Feng said bluntly, making the guardian's face turn green and red. "Ahem, so how long has it been?" Hui rolled his eyes and said, "I'm not sure. Maybe 300 years, maybe 400 years. But since Feng didn't call us, it must be less than 500 years. "Why 500? Oh, the energy source." Sui Feng nodded in realization. "But what if little Brother Feng is already done and he didn't call us?" "That's right, little Brother Feng." "Hui. Oh my God. I wouldn't have felt anything if you didn't mention it. No, I have to go and take a look." Hui spoke so fast that it was as if his words were burning his mouth. He opened the teleportation gate in a blink of an eye. Sui Feng patted his neck to loosen his muscles. He followed after Hui and said, "I'll go take a look too. I'll also get some exercise." It was not until then that Hui remembered that the others were still trying to hold it, and he woke up first. "Why did you wake up first?" "My eyes are uncomfortable." Sui Feng pointed at his eyes. The two of them came to the sanctuary of creation together. After looking at the direction, they walked out unhurriedly. "My eyes are the focus of half of my efforts. So, every time I train, when I reach a certain level, I will wake up early because of the discomfort in my eyes." Hui rubbed his chin and nodded. He said to him seriously, "Dry eyes, itchy eyes, sore eyes, swollen eyes, these are diseases, and they have to be treated. Sui Feng." Although that was indeed the case, they were not mortals anymore. What did these diseases that only mortals had have to do with them? How could a ball of light get sick? You don't have color blindness, astigmatism, myopia, or presbyopia, right? We continued. That's enough. After sneaking out of the sanctuary of creation, the observer space was still lively. The sea of energy swept up a huge wave that was thousands of miles tall. It spun from the sky and slammed heavily on the surface of the sea, rolling up an equally huge wave. A wall of water soared into the sky like a reverse waterfall. No matter how many times they saw this scene, it was still very shocking. Wow, how much has the sea of energy expanded? As soon as the two of them came out, they saw the boundless sea of energy and could not help but be stunned. Hui looked into the distance and exclaimed, "This looks like, could it be that it has recovered to the level of 5 epochs blood?" "No, it just looks very grand. Just like, well, didn't we put the broken pieces of the Fortress of Origin on the ground from the state where they were piled up 10,000 years ago? This situation is similar to that, but it looks like a lot on the surface. In fact, it can be seen from the side that this sea of energy is only a thin layer." Sui Feng shook his head and pondered while pinching his fingers. "However, since it has recovered to a certain extent, it must have been a long time ago. Where is Brother Feng? I don't see him." Hui shook his head. The two of them looked at each other and quickly wandered around in the observer space. However, when they finished wandering around the sea of energy, they didn't see anyone. The two of them looked at each other and saw the emotions in each other's heart. Their minds were suddenly filled with many terrifying thoughts. All right, it wasn't that exaggerated. The void front line was safe and sound, and everyone was there. They just woke up from a nap and saw their house being torn down and felt as if the world had changed. In fact, it was just their house being torn down. Well, that's what it meant, nothing else. If Feng is not in the observer space, we thought about it, between creations. This time, their guess was right. The two of them ran between a dozen creations and finally saw a person's figure in one of them, and then both of them hung their hearts. Standing there silently like a statue, Yun Nuoxing's eyes were tightly shut. He was not thinking about strange things and was simply waiting. Only when he felt an aura approaching did he open his eyes. As he turned his head, he said, "Why are you all here?" "I woke up in a daze, so I came out to take a walk and check on you." Hui waved his hand and said, casually. He glanced around and did not see the two girls, so he could not help but ask, "Where are Siyu and Qing Huang?" They said that they were about to break through, so they went to the front line together. Yun Nuoxing sighed and crossed her arms. "It seems to be something that happened 7 or 8 years ago. Now, the pressure at the front line is not that great. If they want to use the pressure to stimulate themselves like before, to forcibly take that step, well, it might take some time. They are about to break through again." Hui and Sui Feng heard this and grimaced. The two girls were growing too fast, right? This should not be, right? This should not be, right? Originally, there was a huge gap between them. How could they catch up after so many years? Seeing the two grimacing and twisted faces, Yun Nuoxing guessed what they were thinking. It's normal. There's a huge difference between every small level in the Yuanshi stage. The duration of the seal is also very long, although it's not to the extent that one seal in the Yuanshi stage is comparable to all the seals before, but it's not that far off. Between them and you, there's only a difference of 2 or 3 seals. Not to mention, Brother Feng immediately shut up, which made Sui Feng very curious. Besides what? Yun Nuoxing's cheeks twitched. She turned her head and was a little embarrassed. They have been with me for too long, so they are affected by the origin aura and origin law. Therefore, the speed of the seal melting is much faster than normal, which saves a lot of time. Including the two girls in my soul. They are the same. Shuang Shuang will break through one more seal, and she will probably catch up with you. Huey's and Suifeng's expressions suddenly became strange. Their minds were filled with images of the four girls hugging a doll, a mascot-shaped doll pinching and caressing it. The doll's face was full of "Don't come near me" and "Don't touch me." It's over. I can't get rid of this thought. It's rooted in my mind. I can't get rid of it. It's taking root in my mind. I can't get rid of it. All right, I see a lot of strange thoughts from your expressions. Yin Nuoxing rolled his eyes at the two of them. That was why he did not want to say that he was possessed by 196 origin energies, that his body was filled with origin relics, that there were two types of annihilation energies, and that he also had the light of origin. With those factors entangling his body, he had become a large, walking mascot. Well, he could not even feel lucky when he looked at himself in a mirror, but he could make others feel lucky. Hui scratched his cheek and suddenly reached out his hand to Feng. Yin Nuoxing was startled. "What's wrong?" And Hui exerted all his strength and stretched out his hand in front of him. Yin Nuoxing tilted her head and frowned slightly. She reached out her hand to hold Huey's hand. And then, Hui frowned and pondered for a moment. After a while, he took a breath. "I don't feel anything?" Yin Nuoxing. "So, you are always by my side. So, F*CK. Don't come over." Bang. Seeing the rash, Hui Jun jump like a tiger, but before he could even get close, he was kicked into the wall by Feng. Sui Feng calmly maintained his smile as he recalled Hui Jun's actions. Hiss, no matter how he thought about it. It felt like he was a hungry man, although Feng's actions and Hui Jun's pounce just now made him look like an idiot who suddenly, "Forget it, let's not talk about this." How long will it take for the energy source to finish evolving? Sui Feng appropriately changed the topic and indicated that he did not want to get into trouble. "It will take a while." Yin Nuoxing immediately recovered from her strange, angry expression and turned her head. In the center of the space of creation, there was a reddish-black ball. It had not finished evolving yet and looked quite unstable and restless. It was churning restlessly and would expand every half a minute. After maintaining its largest form for a few seconds, it would slowly shrink bit by bit. The speed of shrinking was much slower than the speed of expansion. I don't understand." Sui Feng looked at it for a while, and then scratched his head and looked away. "What a coincidence. I don't understand it either." Yin Nuoxing spread her hands exaggeratedly. Sui Feng was stunned. He helplessly shook his head. "This is the most powerful energy source I have ever seen. Let alone the structural source. I can't even open the outer layer of the shell. It's normal that I don't understand it. If I can understand it, it means that I can manually copy it." So Sui Feng immediately nodded. "The underworld explosion." "Not really." "Well, I do have such an idea." Yin Nuoxing nodded faintly. "Although I don't understand it, it has been maintaining this activity for many years. It can be assumed that this is the normal movement of its growth. Don't be surprised." What a strange energy source." Sui Feng crossed his arms and stared at the reddish-black energy source. He blinked and felt uncomfortable. The divine runes that Feng left on the energy source were still clearly engraved on it. According to the order of copy and manufacture between the space of creation, it seemed to be from the outside to the inside. In other words, the internal structural source was being rapidly perfected. Seeing Sui Feng frowning and puzzled, Yun Nuoxing could not help but ask, "What's wrong? Did you see something?" Actually, I felt something was wrong from the very beginning. It was a few hundred years ago. Sui Feng waved his hand and said slowly. He glanced at Hui Jun, who was walking back with his hand on his stomach. "The energy source created by the space of creation. I don't have any memory of it. None of us have any memory of it. The only thing we can tell about it is that it is a creation of the primordial God whose mark has been erased." Yun Nuoxing nodded. "That was my judgment back then. Perhaps there is a difference. You can see it now?" "No, that's not what I'm questioning. What I'm questioning is..." Sui Feng turned his head to look at the energy source again. He watched as it slowly expanded and shrunk. He frowned and rubbed his eyes. Strange. My eyes are uncomfortable." "Eyes? What's wrong with your eyes?" "I was cultivating beside the energy source. Because I took 1 or 2 steps forward, my eyes might have reached the level of a high-level yuanshi first. It's like Hui Jun's resistance to beatings." Sui Feng rubbed his eyes so hard that tears came out. "After crossing a level, I might be able to see things more clearly. The purpose of my eyes is different from that of my elder sister. Don't get confused. My elder sister can see stars in anyone's eyes. My eyes are usually used for tracing and sensing. Therefore, I can see even the slightest changes clearly. I can tell that there's definitely something wrong with this thing at first glance." Yun Nuoxing heard that and was about to speak. Hui was in a daze at the side. At this moment, he suddenly sat up in shock and said something shocking. "I heard that dogs can see things that others can't." Sui Feng was speechless. Bam! Yun Nuoxing slapped the itchy guy away. She clapped her hands and waved her hand in front of Sui Feng, who was still in a daze. "Ignore him. He is always crazy." Back to the original topic. You said that you were wondering why the heavenly God of origin and the others would create something that you don't know about, right? Even Jing Yun doesn't know about its existence. Yes, during that war, there was no need to hide it. Sui Feng nodded and blinked hard. In the end, he had to turn his back to it, just like when Maple turned around and didn't look at him when he was still in his shell. Yun Nuoxing crossed his arms. The war between order and chaos had begun more than 300 years ago. However, Sui Feng, Jing Yun, and the others did not know anything about it. Among the things hidden in the soul-subduing ring, the earliest thing they had seen so far was the Staff of Origin. It came from the era of chaos. Sui Feng and the others all knew about it, such a powerful energy source. Its importance was comparable to the Staff of Origin, but no one knew about its existence. The power of divine destruction. Little brother Feng's words startled Sui Feng. The power of divine destruction? You mean the element of annihilation, and the abyssal death mist? Yun Nuoxing opened her right hand. A black cloud rose from her palm. "Take a look." It was the first time Sui Feng saw it. He narrowed his eyes at first glance. The black cloud. From the color, it looks like the energy of chaos. Well, it belongs to the chaos plane, but its non-order plane is far less powerful than the origin energy you have now. Other than that, there doesn't seem to be anything special. Is there a connection? Yun Nuoxing shook his head and put away the element of nirvana. My knowledge of the element of nirvana, of the power of divine extermination, is only familiarity with it. I don't even know as much as the underworld. They obviously know something. Hui, who was humming on the side, suddenly walked up when he heard that. Maple, you said that the element of annihilation is related to the light of origin. I almost forgot about that. Yes, I've known about the light of origin for a long time. This was unintentionally shown to me by the observer's seat. When I saw it, my element of annihilation became slightly more active. Yun Nuoxing shrugged. In fact, the actual meaning of the connection is that the element of annihilation is the energy of chaos, while the light of origin has the presence of both order and chaos. So, yes, this is the small connection. Hui was stunned. That's it. Yes, that's it. It's not a big deal. Yun Nuoxing's expression changed slightly as she spoke. If there is a bigger problem, then it is that the power of divine destruction is related to the heavenly god of origin. But so far, the only thing we know is that the power of divine destruction appeared after the heavenly gods of origin disappeared. Other than that, we don't know anything else. Sui Feng looked at the ball of light in front of him and rubbed his eyes. Brother Maple, let me see your element of annihilation again. Yun Nuoxing and Hui were stunned. Yun Nuoxing thought about it and released a huge amount of element of annihilation. It was a pure black cloud of element of annihilation that was not contaminated with the power of destruction. It's that strange feeling. It's the same feeling. The element of annihilation and this energy source. Sui Feng looked at it and hurriedly covered his eyes and waved his hand. Yun Nuoxing saw this and put away the element of annihilation. Her expression became serious when she heard this. The same means Huey's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He turned his head to look at the red and black energy source. The energy source has all the imprints related to the origin erased. It has become a state of I am me and not me. If the element of annihilation is the same, this can't be this F asterisk king. This can't be the origin energy that has all the imprints erased, right? Yun Nuoxing was shocked by Huey's agitated words. Her breathing froze, and Sui Feng's body suddenly stiffened. It can't be, right? Yun Nuoxing's cheeks twitched. However, she did not have the confidence to stand on her own words this time. I want to say that it can't be, but don't you think that this is too perfect? Hui shrugged. One is something that belongs to the heavenly god of origin. It has no imprints. The other is something that appeared after the heavenly god of origin disappeared. From the Void Club theory and the origin nonsense theory, these two things can be linked together. The Void Club theory. Sui Feng was stunned. Yun Nuoxing explained for him. It means that no matter how big or small the matter is, no matter how far you have reached, as long as you are suddenly involved in the void, it will be like being hit on the head by a club. All the preambles will be invalid. Sui Feng, the origin nonsense theory, means that as long as the word origin is mentioned, even if it is a few primordial realms away, it will definitely be related, right? Yes, but you missed a key point. It is definitely related to the war back then, so it is the origin nonsense theory. Hui nodded vigorously. Chapter 1888, The Power of Divine Destruction. Mentioning this time felt like being forced back to 5 eras ago. At that time, the Void frontline was still a small village, barren and backward. 90% of them would roll up their sleeves and fight with all their might. Those who fought recklessly would either be able to make it back in time or make it to the path of reincarnation that was not closed in time. That was a very long and difficult time. However, since he had talked about this topic once a few hundred years ago, he did not talk about it now. His attention was on the god extermination power. At that time, he had heard Maple mention these 4 words, and Maple had heard it from that Club Something. Other than what Club Something had said back then, that the former Divine Shadow Clan had mastered 2 types of god extermination power. That Something Kong had also said something similar once, the Great Yuan Realm's Sorrow Proof. Not very useful. Something like that. This was what Maple had conveyed to him. He had heard it from Grow Something Ghost. The two of them had discussed this topic back then, but they had not come to a conclusion. It was said that, well, they could not think of anything else for now. Let's not talk about it for now. The number of divine destruction power they had seen so far could be counted with 2 hands, and it covered both order and chaos at the same time. So, there was no way to judge it based on order. It was not wrong to say that it might have originated from the concept of chaos. After all, it was the energy of chaos. But as for origin energy, based on what they knew, that, and this could turn origin energy into order energy that could not be seen as origin energy, and order energy could be turned into energy that could not be distinguished as order or chaos energy through that. And this, are you telling riddles? Yun Nuoxing was speechless. She looked at Hui and Sui Feng. Why are you two saying the same set of riddles? From the same place? Pure coincidence, pure coincidence. The two of them quickly waved their hands and smiled awkwardly. Slowly, they put away their playful expressions and became serious. The riddle above sounded like a riddle, but what it meant was origin energy can become chaos energy, and there is no trace of it at all. A simple equation would be origin energy plus something else equals chaos energy. Oh, it doesn't equate to annihilation energy. This is different. Chaos energy only means that this energy belongs to the order of chaos. No matter how the origin energy changes, it will never become annihilation energy, and vice versa. As for this something else, add a concept of chaos into 100 milliliters of origin energy, quickly vibrate to induce a reaction. When the reaction is over, you will obtain chaos origin energy and a large amount of origin void and pure energy. Hui nodded and revealed the truth. Sui Feng was petrified on the spot with an expression of having his mouth stuffed with **T. Yun Nuoxing thought for a moment and looked down at her creations. Well, there was no suitable brick. She could not bear to dismantle the energy source for the time being. It seemed that she had to postpone the mission of beating a certain lunatic into a psychopath. Just as Hui was about to be punished by Maple, Hui quickly coughed dryly to stop himself. That's what it means. The only thing in the void that could turn origin energy into mud is the chaos concept body. Maple, why don't you try to deduce it? Find a way to prove it. Yun Nuoxing glanced at him, then looked at the energy source above, and said calmly, "It has already been tested several times 5 eras ago. Now that there are no special changes, it would be futile to test it again. Wait a moment." That fellow said. It's meaningless as he started to work. Half a minute later, Maple turned to him and shrugged. It's the same as before. There's no result. I can't find any trace of origin energy. Even if I treat it as an energy source and infuse it with a large number of origin marks, it won't help. The power of divine death is still divine death, unaffected and unchanged. But if you add in origin energy, it will be the energy you've seen before. It's a hybrid of divine death and origin energy, and it will become an energy of order. Hui slapped his head in annoyance and nudged the petrified Sui Feng with his elbow. Come back to your senses. Think about something too. You're the one who started this topic. What topic? Sui Feng quickly dispelled his petrified state, scratching his head and smiling bitterly. I'm just saying it because I have such a feeling. If you want to ask me more, You said you can sense it clearly. Why don't you look at these two things and say something to provide some ideas? Sui Feng remained silent for a while and looked at Maple. The latter took out the element of extinction again and looked at it for a while before turning his head away and mumbling, "It's too difficult to detect it. Even if I'm a high-level premier, I might not be able to see anything. It's just a strange chaos energy in my eyes. But It just feels wrong to me. It's that feeling. I'm uncomfortable all over. I know I'm uncomfortable, but I don't know why. It's that feeling. Huey's face twitched a few times. He reached out and patted Maple's shoulder. I told you, sore eyes are an illness. You have to treat it. Yun Nuoshing was speechless. All right, divine destroyer power is not divine destroyer power. Let's not talk about it for now. Even if we want to talk about it now, we're just going back and forth with the information we already know. There won't be any progress. Let's just guess. It's 70% guesswork and 30% thinking. Let's just blindly guess. Yun Nuoshing let out a long sigh and waved his hand. Let's talk about it later when it really reveals something. At least we won't get any answers now. That's true. We nodded. Besides, even if they did get any answers now, it would just help them complete a piece of the puzzle. It wouldn't affect what they had to do now, so there was no need to put in so much effort. How long until the energy source is complete? There's still some time before the first batch of energy source, Yun Nuoshing said as he turned to look at the reddish-black energy source. After a few minutes, he turned back and said, maybe a decade or so. It won't be long. A decade or so. That means it's been more than 400 years. We finally knew how long he had been in a daze in the starry sky. Then what about the source law? At the mention of this topic, Yun Nuoshing's face twitched. Seeing his subtle movement, Huey's expression suddenly became a little subtle. Don't tell me you've really returned to your original form? Yun Nuoshing was silent. He slowly turned his head and looked at the energy source. Hui and Sui Feng were very curious. Although they had already guessed the answer, they had to get an answer this time. So they strode forward and said, hurry up and tell us. Yun Nuoshing was silent. He reluctantly avoided their gazes until he was a little annoyed. Then he waved his hand and said perfunctorily, it's not back to square one. There's progress. Yes, that's it. Progress? This was beyond the two's expectation. They thought it was back to square one. Hui leaned back and spread his hands as if he was asking for something. He raised his chin and said, Yun Nuoshing's cheeks twitched twice as he bared his teeth at him and clenched his fists. You look very energetic. Let's go to the void and practice a little. Huey's face was blank. To be honest, he might have ignored the observer if it was not for his reaction. But this stubborn action, this little expression, this little face, 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 this little face of the millions of male compatriots in the world of order after being forced on by the little angel, Siyu, and the Blue Phoenix overlord. How could he let this guy go? On the spot, he pulled Sui Feng together and forced him to the corner of the void. At this time, they were not afraid. This was probably the true meaning of cheap. In the face of the most violent, flammable, and explosive object in the world of order, they still shamelessly went up to it. Obviously, they were not afraid that this explosive object would blow them up. What do you think if I yelled at your family's Ming, Shuang Shuang, Jing Yuanji, Siyu, Blue Phoenix, Dao Tian, Yao Guang, and then yelled at the front line of the void? Your observer blew up? What do you think would happen? Hui flashed his 2 rows of big white teeth and grinned. Yun Nuoshing and the others were dumbfounded. They had only heard of the saying that a narrow-minded emperor commanded his vassals, but they had never heard of the saying that a narrow-minded vassal commanded his son. This guy was determined to use torture to extort a confession. No, I won't listen to you, even if you beat me to death. The 3 of them chased and played in the void for 10 minutes before Maple showed a tragic expression as if he had lost a battle and eaten **T. If this expression were to spread, the people outside might think that the 2 of them were forcing a girl to become a prostitute. Yun Nuashing looked at the two of them with a face that alternated between green and red. She turned her head and said in a soft voice, In my stomach, Hui and Suifeng were stunned for a while. Their faces were filled with confusion. After a while, they suddenly understood. Stomach, the thing in the stomach. Oh, you have cough, that core of order, right? Hui was so excited that he almost blurted out a sentence. However, the crisis of life and death made him shut up and change his line at lightning speed. He almost bit his tongue. Suifeng's whole body trembled. After Hui Jun's words, Maple, who had been pushed to the limit, would probably light up both of them and the observer space with fireworks. Sure enough, even though Hui Jun was fast enough, Maple still looked at Hui Jun with a murderous expression. After a while, he muttered with a strange expression, I knew you would have this reaction. That's why I didn't want to mention it. Hui stuck out his tongue. Cough. Why did you stuff it in there? At the mention of this, Yun Nuashing let out a long sigh of relief and raised his finger to point outside. She reminded me before that the sanctum of creation, the core of order, and the first light might be able to find clues about the source law. So I made it. The result was, I stuffed it in, and now it's still evolving and exploring inside. Yun Nuashing paused for a while and continued to turn her head. Actually, since you guys were cooped up in that world until now, you have changed the route 15 times. This is the 16th time. In total, it should be the 27th conjecture. Hui and Suifeng were speechless. Well, the number of times they would die from crashing into the wall had increased by 15 times. However, they did not expect that he had changed so many ways. They thought that he had been trying to figure out a way back and forth without giving up. The source law, phew, it sounds really difficult. How about this time? Any results? Suifeng pulled his hair and let out a long sigh. Yun Nuashing pondered for a while before shaking his head. It's still difficult to get a result this time. The probability of success is not high, but the current path is still worth exploring. Currently, we are trying to let it continue to evolve. What we are doing now is just testing it to see where the limit of this path is. All the experience of failure accumulated from 27 paths, plus the experience of failure that will continue to happen in the future. This weight will eventually turn this delusion into reality one day. But it still needs a lot of time. We heard it and sighed. This topic had circled around and returned to the end. There was some progress, but it was not about how far they had walked on the flat ground. Instead, they were still building stairs at the bottom of the valley. They had walked a long way up, but when they looked up, all they could see was an endless valley. They were not climbing up on the flat ground. Instead, they were trying to return to the flat ground from the bottom of the valley, and the only way was to chisel the mountain wall with bare hands. A lot of time is there a rough estimate? Maple was silent for a while. It was enough to show how tricky his questions were. Maple had to think for a while before answering. It won't be too early. Phew, I tried to finish it before the Fort of Origin was completed. Well, the best choice would be before the Fort of Origin. Of course, it would be done immediately. Phew, it's just a daydream. Forget it. Didn't you have a 5-5 plan before? Hui was amazed. When he asked the question, he already had the answer in his heart. As he expected, Maple turned his head and mumbled, "Can't hold it in. It's too long." See, Carwin's already said that the person who proposed 5 5s would be the one who couldn't hold it in first. At such a critical moment, Carwin's, who had always been known as the god of irritation and progress bar, wouldn't just sit there and wait for time to pass by. He could still hold it in for a few hundred years, a few thousand years, or even tens of thousands of years. But if he had to hold it in for 100 million years because of a trivial matter, he would rather charge into the netherworld and have a final battle with the netherworld. In short, it could be summed up in one sentence: take it slow. Anyway, there was still time. Anyway, the one who was pressing for their lives was time, not them. Who could go against time? Even if it was against time, it couldn't let them split 1 second into 100 parts. In the end, it could only drift along with the movement of the sea of time, and then choke its neck and scold it. Do you dare to walk slower? If only I could use the power of time. Hui held the back of his head with both hands and murmured with melancholy, "What we lack now is time. What we are most afraid of now is time." Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes at him and said, "The power of time is basically useless. It can only be used to show off when we are fighting with little kids. Normally, when we fight with someone of the same level, even the effect of time control is infinitely close to zero. If we fight with someone of a higher level than us, the effect on us will be almost zero because of the entire realm of order. In summary, unless the Lord of the Underworld is a level 7 or level 8 original, this power is completely useless to us. To be more specific, if the power of time is used to deal with us, it can almost wipe us out with a slap." Hui and Sui Feng smiled bitterly. To them, the power of time was just icing on the cake, because its order and rules were too strong. First of all, it could eliminate the effect of time on them. If it was used against the enemy, well, it was really just icing on the cake. If they could defeat the enemy, they could use the power of time to play with them. If they could not defeat the enemy, the power of time would not be effective. It was useless. It could only be used during the construction of the frontline worlds. However, as 5 eras had passed, there were more and more high-level beings in each frontline world. The effect of the power of time had weakened a lot. They still needed to keep an eye on the appearance of each high-level being and quickly transfer them out of their original world so that the power of time could continue to be effective on others. They had gotten used to these things. After fighting for so many years, they had to continue to wait. Everyone had to continue to grow. Otherwise, what else could they do at this time? Were they really going to charge into the underworld without a care and let the Lord of the Underworld slap them in the palm of his hand and squeeze their shit out? It was estimated that no one in the Void frontline was ready for the decisive battle. He was talking about hard targets, not mental preparation. In fact, everyone might not even be mentally prepared to launch a charge into the underworld. No one mentioned it to them. Only the higher-ups of the higher-ups knew about it, such as their group, Jing Yuanji, Qing Jun, Yi Qing, and the others. The others were still busy fighting cannon fodder in the Void, every day playing with the new generation of energy towers and accumulating power. The front line was busy, and so was the logistics. They were spinning like a big top, spinning nonstop until they were dizzy. It was not a good thing to go on like this in the long run. This matter had to be mentioned. This is also troublesome. Hui and Sui Feng arrived at the wall of Node Zero after hundreds of years. The realm of order had also recovered from its frenzied state of killing in front of other people's doorsteps and moved back to the outside of the Node City. After all, the new generation of energy towers still needed to be recharged. It could not be too wasteful, and it was still in an emergency state. Well, it was said that it had recovered, but the rate of firing was as swift as ever. At a glance, at least 60% of the tens of thousands of energy towers were in a state of overcharge. The energy of the realm of order was almost burning, and it was shining as far as the eye could see, illuminating the void as if it was daytime. It is troublesome, but it is not particularly troublesome. In short, it is troublesome. Sui Feng repeated the same sentence back and forth. We almost could not help but want to smack him. We have to talk about this sooner or later. We can't hold it in until the last day or the last few days. Everyone is first and foremost an individual, and then a warrior of order. We all have our own wishes and things that we want to do. Perhaps there are some things that we have not had the time to say to anyone, so we have not had the chance to say it. Perhaps there are some things that we do not have the time to do, and we have never had the chance to do it. However, once we announce that we may one day launch an all-out assault on the underworld, we cannot leave any regrets in our hearts. It will take some time to end this regret. That's why I said troublesome, but not troublesome at the same time. Sui Feng shrugged and looked at the void with a long sigh. He caught a glimpse of someone flying towards them from the corner of his eye. He stopped talking and waited for the person to appear. Lord Hui. I Ching quickly came out of the domain and bowed. He looked very excited. He was so excited that he seemed to be in high spirits. It has been hundreds of years. How have you been? You have a mission? Hui and Sui Feng looked at him blankly. The reason why little Qing was so excited was not because he saw them, but because the two of them raised their hands and pointed at the left side of their faces. Look there. I Ching was stunned. He raised his hand and rubbed his face. He did not know when he left a small red kiss mark on his face. He was embarrassed. This. Lord Hui, please listen to me. I was careless. You brat. The flames of war are raging on the front line. You still have time to flirt with girls. Hui waved his hand and sighed, patting Qing Zi on the shoulder with a smile on his face. Since there's action, it means that it's done. When are you going to get everything done? While we're still in this peaceful period, we can still spend millions of years on a honeymoon. How about this? You two can go and have fun on your own, be it the frontline world or the realm of the gods. In any case, I approve of your leave, and I approve of your marriage. Actually, let me explain. I Ching smiled bitterly. But who is the other party? Have we met before? Hui scratched his head and interrupted him. I Ching was dragged into another topic before he could finish his sentence. His brain was obviously short-circuited. No, if there is a chance, I will bring her over for you to meet. But Lord Hui, about the holiday and what not? Let's forget about it. There is no rush. Hui and Sui Feng glanced at each other and laughed sinisterly in their hearts. Little Qingzi was hurriedly denying and trying to explain himself, but now he was admitting it in a disguised way. In fact, the two of them were here to do something. They were not just here to look at the scenery, but also to get a report. It was the report that I Ching was in charge of hundreds of years ago. It was about the testing of the new generation of energy towers. There should be detailed results after hundreds of years. The information about the time of the new generation of energy towers, overload burst duration, continuous combat duration, defensive duration, maximum defensive duration, is basically 1,000 times faster than the previous generation of energy towers. You may find it unbelievable, but if you relate it to the current production rate of logistics creation, there is not much difference. I Ching gave a rough explanation. He knew that we could understand it, and so there was no need for a detailed report. A new generation energy tower is equivalent to 1,000 of the previous generation's energy towers. Their magnitudes cancel each other out due to production capacity, which is why the real change is in the tower's offensive power, defensive power, and energy concentration. Hui muttered, holding his chin. No wonder Brother Feng said that it is not a waste of effort, and that it is only a simple increase in offensive power. That sounds good enough. Sui Feng scratched his head. Still, he is a little greedy. Although he knows that it is a little troublesome to make such a large order creation, he still wants to achieve half the production rate of the previous generation's energy towers. Ahahaha. Greed is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. TCH, I have such thoughts too, but the reality is a little bony. Hui shrugged and then frowned. But is the rate of production of energy towers between creations that's slow? The energy towers and energy cores each take up half of the energy in the creation space. If it's dedicated to the Temple of Origins. Lord Maple said a while ago that the amount is almost enough and there's no need to create more. Now, he's going all out to create the new generation of energy towers and energy cores. I Ching waved his hand slightly and said, "We've chosen a ratio of 1:6 for the energy towers and energy cores. That's the result we've obtained after tens of thousands of iterations. Now, the time needed to create 2 creations. That's the result we've just mentioned. If you think it's not suitable, we'll adjust it." Did Feng say if the ratio is suitable? I Ching laughed dryly, rubbing his chest. Lord Feng did not have time to care about me at the time. I did not even have time to send the report, and seeing how busy Lord Feng was, I did not dare to disturb him. Hui and Sui Feng were speechless. That guy must have been so overwhelmed by the source law that he spent 100% of his attention on the core of order and his experiment on the source law that he didn't even bother to read the report on the strengthening plan that he had set up. All right, I will talk to Feng later and see if he has any plans. Hui smiled bitterly and patted little Qing's shoulder with a concerned smile. So, you should take a vacation as soon as possible and go on a honeymoon or something. Ahem. If I really want to go out, I will ask for permission from you. But for now, let's forget about it. Hui had forced the thin-skinned little Qing to flee in panic. Hui felt that he was almost done relaxing after going out for a stroll and was full of joy. What about you? Do you have any regrets or wishes? Hui suddenly looked at Sui Feng. Sui Feng paused for a moment and then let out a long sigh. Even if I do, it may not be possible to fulfill them. Wishes, things that have not been done, these were still very far away for us in the past. It is a little shameful to say this, but at that time, we were just children to the gods, even if we were already primeval. We were still growing up in our nest, and then everything changed. So, things that have not been done. Maybe not. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. There must be 1 or 2 small wishes. You are children to the primeval gods, but that does not stop you from being a few eras old. We shrugged and asked slowly. In the long course of life, I did have some small thoughts. Sui Feng crossed his arms and replied slowly as he recalled. For example, slowly cultivate to the peak of primeval, catch up with Big Brother AI and the others, gain the gods' approval, and fight side by side with the gods and the others. Putting aside the war, if we are talking about some small personal matters. When my sister marries into a good family, I will slowly find a girl to talk to. By then, our 2 families will gather from time to time, go out to play, and wander around the void. That's all. Yes, small matters. We leaned on the battlements of the city wall and let out a long sigh. Small matters that have spanned dozens of eras. I have always thought about it, but it seems that I have never had the chance to fulfill it. Sui Feng was silent for a moment, and then he looked at Hui and said, "What about your wish, Hui Jun?" "Me?" Hui exclaimed. He stood up straight and put his hand on his chest with a holy look. "Feng, hurry up and get married. I will be the best man." Puffed. Sui Feng turned his head and spat out a mouthful of saliva. He was speechless. "If you are the best man, people will think that you are the groom." Hui was startled. This. Hui Jun was silent. It seemed that he had not deliberately thought about this problem. Now, it was obvious that he did not want to give up on this wish, but it seemed that he could not fulfill it. Yes, this must be Feng's problem. Hui Jun waved his hand. "We will talk about it when the time comes." We will talk about it when the time comes. Sui Feng brushed his ear. Yes, when the time comes. When will the time come? Chapter 1889. When that was over, and that was over, perhaps there would be a time when all the wishes in his heart would come true. Oh, no, for Maple, it should be a chance to come true. There was no such thing as returning home to get married right after the war ended. He had been fighting for 5 eras back then, and he had not come back to his senses for half an era. It was impossible to expect him to come to his senses all of a sudden. Even so, he still had such an extravagant hope. Even if there were many obstacles on the way to his wish, it was still necessary to have a wish. I think the biggest obstacle is actually your wish. Sui Feng could not help but say as he listened to Hui Jun's nagging. Little brother Maple should just go and get married. The war is over. Give him 1 or 2 eras and let CU and Blue Phoenix drag him around the void, and he should be able to recover. Then, you don't need to rush him. It will be done naturally. But Hui Jun, if you insist on being a groomsman, he pinched his chin and thought for a moment. We might have to hang a sign around little brother Maple's neck with the words groomsman written on it. And it needs to be huge and eye-catching. No more than 10% of the people who come can't recognize it. Otherwise, it's easy to get into trouble. The two glanced at each other and smiled bitterly. A certain someone's face. No, it's not just about his face. Of course, it's the most important factor that can't be denied. But Hui Jun shook his head. Huey's face trembled. Think about Feng's personality carefully. He can be sweet, salty, and elegant. When he puts down his weapon, he can interact with others. When he puts down his weapon, his smile is like a work of art. He doesn't cry, make a fuss, or make an unreasonable fuss. When he has nothing to do, he can make a pot of tea and sit there for the whole day without leaving. He can also find a comfortable place to sit and watch the clouds roll by without making a fuss. After a long time, when he wants to be lazy, he can just pull him out and leave as he pleases. He can go anywhere in the world. When he encounters something, his eyes change, his palms crack twice, and he can fight better than anyone else. He can come up with ideas and listen attentively. If you don't take the initiative, he will take the initiative. If you take the initiative, he will, although he seems to have said a lot of things that don't seem to be related. Fine. It does seem to be unrelated. What I mean is, look at Maple's personality. Don't you think it's a bit feminine? It's not a sissy to call him a sissy. I've never seen a sissy who can tear down the entire order void when he's angry. I think you'll be pressed into the void and beaten up after saying that to little brother Maple. Sui Feng's face twitched. Hui grimaced. Think about it. Put him in women's clothing. Those who don't know him will think he's a woman. Those who know him for a long time will think that his personality is a little more masculine. But as a tough woman, she's tough and soft. You know what I mean. That's what I mean. Then, on the other hand, when he enters combat mode, he'll be a madman who can destroy the order of the void. His masculine side will be fully exposed. Don't you think it's weird? Sui Feng's face twitched. Although he knew what Hui Jun meant, it was still a little weird to say it out loud. He thought about it carefully. He didn't know much about little brother Maple. He had been fighting in the front lines of the void for the past 5 eras. Whenever he talked about little brother Maple, he would involuntarily think of the words void collapse. It was a moving void collapse, a walking void collapse. Wherever he went, there would be trouble. They definitely didn't know little brother Maple as well as Hui Jun did. But it sounds a little weird. He scratched his head. I feel like these two personalities. It's a little weird to put them together. I think they should be 2 people. Tisk, we didn't find it strange at all. He waved his hand and said, It's not like you don't know that Feng is a psychopath. He has schizophrenia all year round. It's normal for you to feel that he has two personalities. Take half of each personality and put them together. That's the little brother Feng. You know, people who haven't known each other for long should be easily frightened and confused. If you know each other for a longer time, you'll be able to figure it out. No, no, no. For the past 5 eras, our daily communication has been fixed. The basic conversation topics are fire the cannons, suppressive fire. How many things have been killed? How many people have come out? Where have we destroyed? What the F***CK did you do this time? We don't have enough combat power here. Come over and help us. I need to break through the realm. I need to calm down. I need to reconstruct my worldview. Help me. Oh my God. The underworld has gone crazy. F***CKU, a high-level immortal Yuan Shi, come out and take control of the battlefield. Hui Jun felt that Sui Xiong had summed it up very well. They had been talking about the same thing for the past 5 eras. They were all about the battle. Therefore, they could only see half of Maple's personality on a daily basis. As for the other half, it was rarely revealed. The main reason was that they didn't have the chance to know about the other half of Maple's personality. The two of them talked back and forth for a while. Then Sui Feng shrugged and said calmly, "Anyway, even if the battle is over, it will take some time for you to enlighten Brother Maple. Your wish will have to be extended based on this sometime. You're still 100 million points away from being a groomsman, let alone now. The reality is, even if Brother Maple has someone he likes, he won't have that kind of thought until the underworld is destroyed. Those girls have been interacting with him a lot, haven't they? Nothing's going on between them." So Hui Jun smiled bitterly. His face suddenly tensed up. "So why do we have to talk about this topic with the premise that the battle will definitely end?" Sui Feng smiled bitterly. "I don't know. You're the one who started this topic. We're just talking about it. Anyway, we're out for some fresh air." No. It's time to relax and inspect the front line. We don't have to be so serious all the time. Well, that's what little Brother Maple said. The two looked at each other and smiled bitterly again. They could not help sighing inwardly in the face of the realm of order that was scouring the void with even more violent energies. Wishes, the end of the battle, it was a rather distant topic. Whenever they thought that everything was about to end and that the future was bleak, they would pick up the idea of the end of the battle in the distant future. It was as if time and memories were cut off, and they could never hope for an end. Going out for a stroll was secondary. They should have left after talking to I Ching, who had just left, receiving a report and a piece of unexpected news. They had been nagging for a while because they suddenly talked about this distant topic. It was only after they had wandered around the front line for a while that they suddenly remembered something. There's still something troublesome that they haven't talked about, the news of the final battle. It was precisely because they talked about that they suddenly fell into a state of lament. After talking about this almost impossible to fulfill so-called wishes, they had to return to business. Although I have a vague idea in my mind, but at this time, well, let's discuss it with Maple first. It's not good to make a decision so hastily. After patrolling Node 0 and finding nothing out of the ordinary, the two returned to the observer space together after observing the heavy firepower state for a while. Although they should have gone to the front line to check out the situation, it should not be a problem since Little Green was in charge. As the busiest pinnacle, they did not have to run to those places unless they had to make decisions on the front line. "You're back. How's the situation on the Void front line?" They heard Maple's voice just as they entered the creation space. Glancing over, a certain person was staring blankly at the red-black energy source without turning his head, and asked the question just now. "Everything is normal. The new generation of energy towers have been fully installed, and there are many in storage. As long as there are no accidents, the front line would be able to maintain a period of tranquility. It's a suitable time to fully accumulate combat power and strengthen our ability. Hui shrugged and walked forward with his hands spread out. Also, because the second and third level energy towers have been fully installed, everyone can't wait to see the first level energy tower. When we were on our way there, people took the time to talk about it. Yun Nuoxing's face stiffened and shook his head. As a major prerequisite, the energy source has not been completed yet. It still needs time. The first-level energy tower is the most important source of power to kill the high-level premier of the underworld. Everything needs to be pulled to the highest standard. We can't just throw one out and be done with it. How high standard? According to my current plan, and many steps, temporarily adjust the user's lower limit to the peak of the mid-level premier, which is the sixth heaven and above. As for the upper limit, it's the high-level premier. Hui and Sui Feng, who had just walked up to him, were stunned. High-level premier. The upper limit was the high-level premier. This rounding up was reminding them that they had to enter the high-level premier before the final battle. Hurry up and work harder, or something. But it was true. There were a lot of high-level premier in the underworld. Even if there were a lot of high-level premier on their side, there were only mid-level premier at most. Even if they dragged a lot of gold-plated scrap metal to the front line and crushed the high-level premier, that was the gathering of the power of countless lives. What they needed was the power to fight the high-level premier head-on, the kind of strength that would not be at a disadvantage. They still remembered the time when the underworld threw out 20 high-level premier and pierced through the front line of the void. Although they had not forgotten, this goal was really too difficult. According to his plan, they would rush to the front line and fight the underworld in a little more than an era. They needed to enter the high-level premier in this short period of time. So the problem was how to solve the seal in front of them. The seal was the main factor stopping them from progressing. Other than that, there was also the problem of the law. The latter was related to the environment of the void. They could not complain or solve it. They could only wait for him to get the source law. With the source law, well, assuming that they had the source law, they could indeed catch the last bus and step into the high-level Yuanshe realm. The probability was considerable. However, they were afraid that the source law was too unpredictable. If it did not achieve the desired effect, everything would be in vain. Yun Nuoxing turned back when she heard no voice behind her. Seeing the stormy expressions on the two's faces, she knew without saying much that they were thinking about the problems they had whipped back and forth. But it was better to interrupt them now. You two went to the front line of the void. Apart from hearing about the level 1 energy tower, there are no other problems? The two of them recovered from the battle of memories and thoughts at the same time. Sui Feng nodded and said, "There's also the matter that you made hundreds of years ago. I Ching said that he wanted to report it to you directly, but you were too busy to give him a chance. Well, that's about it." I Ching? Yun Nuoxing was startled. He frowned and pondered for a while before raising his head in realization. At that time, because I had a small idea of the source law, so, well, you know how hard it is to come by such a small idea. So after I told him to change the queue of creations, I got busy at that time. He did have something to say, and I wanted to ask him about it after a while. But I forgot about it. Hui and Sui Feng both face-bombed. Look, even if they used their toes to guess, they were right. A certain someone was indeed knocked out of his head by the source law and didn't care about anything else. They were the ones who suggested this. Although Hui was the one who came up with the idea, the main person in charge was still a certain someone who had a serious fear of not having enough firepower. So what did little Qing say? Hui shrugged and told Maple everything that little Ching reported. Seeing that Maple was deep in thought, he began to talk about his own thoughts. To sum it up, little Ching asked me to ask you if you need to make any adjustments. We don't know about the adjustments in every aspect, and we don't dare to say anything either. We can only let you make the arrangements. There's nothing special that needs to be adjusted. Everything is within my expectations. Yun Nuoshing waved his hand and nodded. Just as I said at the beginning, since I have replaced the structural core with the structural core, what I seek is naturally stable and continuous power. Even if they are still mass-produced consumables, the structural strength is just an additional enhancement in the pursuit of power. There is no need to pay too much attention to this aspect. As long as the attack power increases, a slight decrease in the production speed is actually not a problem. After all, we still have a lot of time to accumulate power now. When the time comes for the real battle, we can just slightly control the energy output and not let the energy tower be destroyed too quickly. Well, that's not a problem either. Then, the next thing is the level 1 energy tower. Still, we have to wait. The energy source is not fully developed yet. Turning to look at the red-black energy source that was constantly expanding and shrinking in the air, Yun Nuoshing breathed a long sigh of relief. Waiting was the longest. No, he really did not want to wait. Waiting for such a long time made him feel like he was having a stroke. Let alone 500 years, he wanted to curse and find something to do. But everything that could be done was stuck in time. It was a feeling that made him anxious and anxious. But at this time he had to wait. As the pinnacle of power in the world of order, the foundation of the Void Frontline's power could be said to be based on him. Or perhaps he was the bridge, the new generation of energy towers, the new temple of origins, the magic circles that filled the entire void, and the Void Frontline. Changing the foundation of these powers required his full attention. Therefore, he was a little anxious. He did not want to complain that he had to do so many things. Well, he was quite interested in such things and was a little enthusiastic about it. After all, he could not ascend into the realm of primeval. He had to find a way to strengthen his power. His own power had temporarily risen to the peak of the peak. It would be more troublesome and strenuous for him to take another 2 steps forward. But he could borrow power. When the time came and he really had to deal with a primeval god, who was at the peak of God knows how many cycles, the most crucial thing was that he had to unleash a blow that gathered all the power of the Void Frontline. After all, the others could not withstand the destructive force of such a huge energy washing over their body and soul. In short, increasing the power of the Void Frontline was equivalent to increasing his own power. There was nothing wrong with that, but the time delay, it gave him a headache. He had to accumulate power and find a way to increase his power. The next step of the plan to increase his basic power required energy sources. He had to put it aside and continue to think of ways to increase his power. Other than energy sources, he also had to deal with the source law, the fortress of origins, and the sea of energy. Many people had joined the source law, and he had to wait for the results. The time needed for the source law was conservatively estimated to be longer than the fortress of origins. The sea of energy also had to be delivered by Yuanji. He only had to deal with it occasionally, after a whole series of judgments. The answer he got was that he had to wait for the shortest energy source to be completed before he could execute the next step. What a huge grudge! We could not help but whisper to Suifeng. It's rare to see Maple this anxious. After all, he's the model worker of the Void Frontline. That's right. He wants to finish everything in one go without stopping. If it were me, I think I'd die on the spot. Suifeng laughed dryly. That was probably one of the symptoms of his fear of insufficient firepower. Until he accumulated enough power to crush the void and crush the enemy in a single breath, he would be in a state of anxiety for a long time and would think of ways to increase his power. All right, Maple, you can't change anything even if you use your grudge to pierce through the creation room. Save it and just wait for time to pass. Don't look at me like that. All you can do now is wait, isn't it? I know that your fear of insufficient firepower is in its late stages, and you don't want to waste a single second, but you really can't do anything now, just as we tried to persuade him. A person suddenly rushed into the creation room. All three of them were stunned, and when they turned and saw the person's hurried expression, 10,000 thoughts appeared in their minds. Lord Maple, Lord Hui. The Order Warrior hurriedly bowed and said, "There's something unusual in the Fort of Origins. Before he could finish his sentence, the three of them had already rushed out. He smiled bitterly and hurriedly ran back in the direction of the sanctum of creation. Hearing that it was an emergency, Sui Feng woke up his sister and brother Lei, and the three of them went to the space where the Fort of Origins was. Even if their minds were filled with all sorts of terrible thoughts when they heard the news, they were still stunned when they really rushed in and saw the situation. Lord Maple, Lord Hui, a group of Order warriors who were waiting at the door, saw the two of them and hurried over. Their faces were covered in dense sweat from the pain. Their bodies were in a sorry state and were charred black from the energy bombardment and the residual presence of energy from the origin energy. All signs indicated that they had just been bombarded by the origin energy. However, the only thing related to origin in this damned place was this pile of debris in front of them that posed no threat at all. All that was left was the billions of fragments and the origin energy entangled in it. The Order warriors could find traces of the broken origin energy and put it back together. Other than that, there were only bits and pieces of order and origin energy entangled in each of the fragments. These energies were the same as their original form, broken into trillions of pieces. They could feel that these energies would completely dissipate at any time, let alone unleash an attack. Ever since the remains of the Fortress of Origin were thrown out, the power of laws in this space had been constantly strengthened in order to preserve the remnant energy in this space. This was to prevent anything from being lost in the end, because the energy fragments were as fragile as dust. A slight gust of wind would blow them away. In short, when they were cleaning up this pile of debris, they were bombarded by the origin energy of an unknown source. What was this? Did they accidentally dig the little monsters out of the ground and step on them? What's going on? What's going on in the Fort of Origins? Brother Lei and the others rushed in less than half a minute later. As soon as they rushed into this space, they sucked in a breath of cold air. The commotion was almost the same as when Yun Nuoshing and the others first came in. I also want to know what's going on. Have you seen this before? Yun Nuoshing shook his head. Looking at the extremely chaotic phenomenon in front of him, his cheeks twitched a few times. His brain spasmed, and he simply gave up on analyzing the situation. He couldn't figure out what was going on at all. What have you seen before? When I say pack up, you'll understand. Ahem. Brother Lei coughed twice and changed the topic. We haven't even seen the explosion of the Fort of Origins, not to mention that its structural core has been divided into billions of pieces along with the debris. We've never seen this at all, so it's even more impossible to know. He paused and looked at the scene in front of him and fell into deep thought. I don't know what's going on either. Anyway, this isn't good. Quickly find a way to stop them. Hui hurriedly waved his hand to interrupt the group's contemplation. Well, even if you say so, Sui Feng turned his head and scratched the back of his head. That's the situation. Brother Lei lowered his head in shame. The group looked away, their faces full of shame. Huey's face was cold. This group of reliable second-generation heirs. Can't they be more reliable when they drop the ball? Chapter 1890. Order, the heavenly god of Origin's family's inheritors, and so on. Just mentioning this name would cause one to think of a large group of people who looked either friendly or kind, capable, and intelligent. They might not be able to flatten the entire chaos void with a wave of their hand, but they would still be able to hold down their own order void and walk at the forefront, leading all life in the order void. Now that the heavenly god of Origin had passed away, they would be the first and most important line of defense for the order void. On top of that, they would roll up their sleeves to tear apart the face of chaos. On the bottom, they would be able to be a role model standing above billions of lives like a bright lamp, tearing apart the darkness and opening up a path. That's right. In fact, that was what he had thought from the start. When the heavenly gods of Origin were not around, the children they brought out would lead and guide the order void. That shouldn't be a problem, right? In this vast megalopolis, the boundless void, the infinite order void, countless worlds and immeasurable lives, so many people were all bumping into each other with their own beliefs, standpoints, and goals in life, shouting their own slogans and shouting in the void. It was a mess, and if they met each other, they would talk about it after a fight. To use this messy pot of mixed grain soup to build a line of defense against chaos, the person who proposed this idea should be dragged into the chaos void and given a good beating. According to the facts, they did need one or a group of leaders to guide them, and these people must first stand at the peak of order, be it in terms of strength or standpoints. And then they found it. After going through untold hardships, running blindly all over the void, they finally found a group of people who were supposed to be the beacon. Just as he was holding the thought of, finally found a road sign. That means I can slack off and just focus on beating people up without having to worry about anything. Reality gave him a heavy blow. The reality was, well, this group of second-generation inheritors was not very reliable. Of the two that could be considered reliable, one was a man of few words and was expressionless. The other had eyes that looked at people like stars and was expressionless. As for the other two, they were from the circus. They were responsible for making jokes and creating a negative impact on Sui Xiong's image of Origins. To put it bluntly, they were not reliable at all, and in the end, it was still up to him and Steward Maple. Fine, Steward Maple was fine, since they were the ones who built the Void front line, and the organization they built had to be run, well, even if they had tears in their eyes. He and Maple were fine with one dealing with internal matters and the other dealing with external matters, but these second-generation brats still carried the name of Origins, so when faced with such a situation, couldn't they take the initiative to jump out and slap their chests and say, "We can handle this matter as we please, you guys do your job, don't panic," instead of acting cute and covering their faces while throwing out embarrassing words like, "What is this?" Phew. After complaining, it was necessary to clear the weak resentment in his heart. It was just like how it was reasonable for Maple to explode occasionally to vent his stress. Well, even though what you said is... Sui Feng covered his face and continued to smile bitterly, but we really can't, deal with this. Well, actually, I also want to know how this thing works. But the fact is, we also, don't. Brother Maple, I'm wrong. Don't be rough. We are all civilized people. Since you are a first-generation inheritor and I am a second-generation inheritor, please let me, your stinky little brother, have a little more care. So, ouch. Brother Lei, Sui Qing, and the others watched as Sui Feng was sent flying with a kick. They could not help sighing and shaking their heads. It was not the first day that this guy was telling riddles. They had known him for so long, and yet they were too embarrassed to teach this Ask-You guy a lesson. However, if they did not teach him a lesson, He would not learn his lesson. Our knowledge of the Fortress of Origins is limited to recognizing it. Brother Lay quickly went up to Maple, who was still confused by the riddles. After all, we didn't fight for long at the time. We knew that the Fortress of Origins was inside, but it wasn't time for us to personally come in contact with it. That's why we really don't know much about it. Ahem, the most important thing right now is to deal with this. I don't know what to say. Yun Nuoshing glanced at Brother Lay before turning to Hui, whose face was filled with helplessness. She sighed and looked at the anomaly in front of them. The Fortress of Origins had shattered into a plane. That was how it should have been, and it was now perfectly preserved as a plane. They would throw the fragments into the sky, which was why they could still see a bunch of meteorites hanging in the sky. They should have remained still in the sky, but for some reason they suddenly moved. Whether it was the things piled on the ground or the fragments hanging in the sky, they were all violently moving. Fragments of various sizes were constantly uprooting from the colorful planes piled on the ground. As if they were sentient beings with souls, they began to float off the ground, turning 360 degrees in the air, horizontally and vertically. They spun so quickly that only afterimages were left. Like birds leaving their nests, they made strange and difficult movements as they flew towards the sky. After rising to a certain height, they would suddenly stop and revolve around an invisible axis, turning 720 degrees as they revolved. The energy entwined in their bodies became a little chaotic in the strange movements, no longer maintaining a completely stable state. Yun Nuoshing noticed that the large objects seemed to float to a higher position, while the small objects basically only rose a short distance. However, the places where the fragments gathered, the lowest point was still a few hundred feet above them. From this position, it continued to extend until it reached a height of nearly 10,000 miles. The piled-up objects also expanded from small objects of a few meters to a few hundred or a few thousand miles in size. It looked like an extra-large tornado, a tornado that connected the sky to the sky. It could even be called a vortex. The above-mentioned were all individual problems. Now, let them look at the entire colorful plane. They floated at the edge of the plane of fragments, away from its range to avoid being hit by the fragments that suddenly rose from the ground. They floated high in the sky and looked down at this strange phenomenon. There was a huge vortex hanging high in the sky. It was a metal vortex made up of densely packed objects. Its range could be tens of thousands of miles, just like the plane below. It was spinning at a high speed. Its huge size and weight made the entire sky sound like a symphony of thunder and muffled thunder. The whistling wind contained the energy that leaked from the objects, as if it was going to lead an energy storm of fragments and origin energy. Floating in the sky were pieces of debris of all sizes. They did not know what was affecting them, but they left the piled-up ground and rushed into the huge vortex at high speed, becoming a part of it. Looking at the dense mass of debris, it was as if they were looking at hundreds of millions of insects in the sky. They happened to be standing on the side of the marching route and looked at the dust that covered the sky swept by with shadows. However, the size of the dust was much larger than them, not to mention the extra-large fragments. In comparison, they were the dust. Boom! A slight tremor came from the sky, causing everyone to be stunned for a moment. Just as they were about to look around to see if there were any abnormal changes in this space, the tremor stopped, causing everyone to look at each other in dismay. They only felt that it was very strange. It's a slight tremor and explosion of energy, Yun Nuoshing said softly, pointing at the colorful plane below. There was a slight energy explosion in that place just now. It's the energy shock caused by the origin energy gathering together. Ha! The only thing that can cause an energy explosion in this place is indeed the origin energy. Brother Lay looked at the ground below and looked up at the metal vortex that was also making a loud noise. He looked at the vortex-like tornado that was getting bigger and bigger, constantly gathering storm and terrible power. He could not help but gulp. What happened? Why did it suddenly become like this? The unlucky guy who was responsible for waking Yun Nuashing up suddenly became the focus of the group of people. More than 100 eyes looked at him at the same time, which made him feel like his head was going to explode. He quickly wiped his sweat and said, "We're not very sure. It's just that suddenly." Another order warrior quickly stepped forward to share some of the mental pressure and explained, "About half an hour ago, we noticed that the fragments were suddenly acting strangely. Suddenly, a fragment would fall from the sky and smash into the ground. At first, we didn't think much about it. We thought that someone didn't hang it properly and dropped it. Since we found that it didn't cause any damage, it shouldn't affect us. So we ignored it and placed it back in the sky. Then, a few minutes later, fragments began to fall from the sky. Before we could figure out what was going on, this land made of fragments suddenly cracked." Brother Lay's face twitched violently, and his whole body trembled so much that he almost jumped up. "Cracked? It's broken?" Everyone was shocked when they heard this. It was already a piece of debris, so it couldn't be broken more thoroughly, right? If it really broke again, the difficulty and workload would be doubled. No, it should be that they were just piled together and then separated, because it was too big and looked like the ground. It looked like it cracked. The order warrior smiled bitterly and continued, "What happened after that?" We hurriedly retreated for a distance and found that there was no place to safely stand. We pushed and watched as the ground cracked open. Countless debris fell into the cracks, and waves of energy spewed out from the cracks. Fortunately, we were already mid-level Yuansher, so the energy hit us head-on and only broke our defense. It wasn't a big problem. If we were a little weaker, we might have already reported to the spiritual temple. When we panicked and ran to a safe place, it was already like this. Yun Nuashing crossed her arms and said, "From what you described, they started at first." The group of people nodded vigorously. We immediately saw that the heads of more than 10,000 people were only left with afterimages. It was terrifying. If that's the case, maybe it started an hour ago. The order warrior suddenly seemed to think of something. I remember, before they suddenly became strange, about half an hour before they started to change, I felt a strange energy movement from the depths of the earth. Ugh. At that time, I thought that I had been working for too long and was misled by the mixed energy here, so I didn't take it to heart. Now that I think about it, maybe it was a sign or something. After all, this plane made of debris was filled with all kinds of debris and all kinds of energy. It was normal to have such an illusion. It was just that. Well, this kind of ghost-level dangerous item, they really couldn't be careless. Even a little disturbance had to be taken seriously. What do you mean? Brother Lay turned around and looked at Brother Feng and the others. He put one hand on his waist and the other on his head. Anyway, I didn't see anything. He looked back and immediately saw a huge piece of debris that was thousands of miles long and wide, soaring into the sky. It was very close to them, and it was basically face to face. This feeling whistled past them, and the origin energy that burst out from it made the group of people's faces change a few times. It's very scary. You guys go out first. Yun Nuashing turned around and said to the order warriors, "The origin energy contained in the debris is at the level of the heavenly god of origin and the others. You guys can easily break its defense. I'm worried that something will happen later. Go out first and be alert. Surround the energy tower used by the creation sanctum." "Yes, goddess." Watching the group of people leave, Everyone waved their hands and closed the door. At the same time, they also sealed the space. Hui placed the guardian's shield at the door, clapped his hands, and said to Feng and Brother Lei, the origin energy suddenly became active or something. Does your family's energy have such a characteristic? No, it's impossible. How could there be such a strange thing? The second-generation inheritors all shook their heads vigorously. Yun Nuoxing's face twitched as she looked at him faintly. I have 196 types of origin energy in my body. As the real source, 147 types of origin energy can all move. They all have their own thoughts. One of them even likes to come out and bicker with me, and I can't argue with it every time. This. Everyone covered their faces and laughed bitterly. They remembered that a person was lifted up by his own energy and sent to a strange place 10,000 years ago. It was really unbearable to look back on the past. It was the first time they saw someone's energy having its own thoughts. They did not know how to relate this to Yun Nuoxing. When something happened, Yun Nuoxing used the energy. When nothing happened, the energy used Yun Nuoxing. On the other hand, the energy used Yun Nuoxing as a meeting place. From time to time, they would dance, sing, and have dinner together. When they were not satisfied with the place, they would jump out and change the place. TSK, they could not stop. That basically has nothing to do with the matter at hand. Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes and waved her hand. She led the way into the storm ahead, as the others looked on in pain. They watched for a while, hesitated for a while before gritting their teeth and following her into the storm. It was as if they had crossed a boundary. From the sky to the area affected by the storm, they could suddenly feel the surging energy all around them. It was restless and chaotic, as if it had been frightened. The extra-large vortex was right above their heads. Just by looking at it, they felt like it was going to crash down on them. Hui said, if it suddenly loses its guidance and the energy it forms comes crashing down, wouldn't we be drowned in the debris? Everyone was speechless. Can't this person say something more reasonable in such an inexplicable situation? After we're done, we'll still have to get people to fish us out from the outside. After all, these are the fragments of the fortress of origin. It's fine if they pack themselves up and smash together, but if we accidentally break them when we burst out with energy, we won't have anywhere to cry to. Everyone was speechless. Can't you say something else? Shut up, you! Yun Nuoxing slapped his mouth and bared her teeth at him. With your little mouth, we'll all be buried in the ground because of construction obstacles. Say something weird again, and I'll launch you up. Everyone looked at the extra-large scrap iron vortex storm above their heads, which looked like a black cloud that was about to collapse the city. They couldn't help but swallow their saliva. A huge storm formed by the origin energy, and those huge fragments, if they were sucked in, they would either be drowned by the energy or be smashed to death by the fragments. It wouldn't be surprising if they died in pieces. This sentence had an immediate effect. Hui Jun calmed down on the spot and didn't say anything else along the way. Where are we going? Sui Feng lowered his voice as if he was frightened by the storm. To find the source. Yun Nuoxing glanced at him and shifted her gaze to the front of them. The energy that Hui said led it to form is in that position. If I'm not mistaken, the place where they first sensed the abnormal change in the energy is the source of the abnormality. But how did you know? Yun Nuoxing looked at Hui and asked, although what he said was very dangerous and made people want to hit him, what he said was actually not wrong. Well, common sense. Hui shrugged. I didn't really see anything, but it's obvious that this thing can't be formed out of thin air. And it's fine if it's formed out of thin air, but for it to continue existing, there must be something secretly playing an unknown role to make it like this, right? That's right. It's common sense. Yun Nuoshing's mouth twitched. Just as he was about to speed up, a huge shadow suddenly shrouded over their heads. Everyone thought that it was another huge piece of debris being pulled into the sky. When they raised their heads together, they were instantly shocked. It was a huge piece of debris that was falling down. It was falling on their faces, and it wasn't just one piece. They could vaguely see pieces of debris falling down like raindrops behind them. F***CK. Run! Brother Lay shouted. He waved his hand and rushed forward. This rain is a bit strong. Everyone, take care of yourselves. Huijun, you stupid mouth. You jinxed it. You PFFF. Everyone who turned their heads and ran was stunned when they heard this strange sound. They turned their heads and saw Suifeng being smashed to the ground by a piece of debris that was thousands of feet in size. Don't be distracted when you're focused on running. Hui put his palms together and said, remember to look ahead. Look above your head. Don't get hit. If necessary, remember to hold an umbrella or something like that. Yun Nuoshing held up the energy barrier and rushed back to the front. The dense raindrops, with the impact of several tens of feet long and several tens of feet long and wide, fell densely around them. If it was called raindrops, this could be raindrops at the level of a meteor shower. Every raindrop had the destructive power to smash a person into a retard on the spot. In front, the girl in white continued to speak calmly. Just as she said 2 words, the whole space suddenly trembled. A huge energy vortex appeared on the ground in front of them without any condensation process. It covered an area of thousands of miles. The colorful origin energy dyed it a bright but extremely dangerous color. Because the energy was unstable, this gorgeous energy vortex was not particularly condensed. It kept flashing and splashing energy ripples in the space, as if the place it covered had become a water surface. The origin energy is gathering. Old Brother Thunder twisted his waist and avoided a large fragment that came crashing at him from the side. He looked at the gigantic energy vortex below him, and his expression changed a few times. There's something. Young Brother Maple. It was as if something had suddenly been activated. It should be something in the Fortress of Origin. It's gathering energy rapidly. What the hell is gathering energy? Gathering energy? Hui was so excited that he almost trembled. He had but a small piece of debris flying toward him and quickly said, how many kinds of things can gather energy in the Fortress of Origin? Does the original count? Are you talking nonsense? Hui was speechless. Say something more substantial, like something deadly. Just pick something up and say it. I think it's already very deadly. Hurry up, like the defensive function of the Fortress of Origin. It's like the realm of order. Or Suifeng got up from the ground and rushed to Brother Feng's side after a few flashes. He quickly shouted to everyone, no need for examples. That's the staff of creation gathering energy. The circle under the ground must be caused by it. Everyone was stunned and confused. Hui scratched his head. What's the staff of creation? Can you be more specific? At such a critical moment, Suifeng's face twitched. He took a deep breath and said, quietly, the sanctuary of creation corresponds to the sanctum of origin. One is superior and the other is inferior. The staff of creation corresponds to the staff of origin. He showed a cold expression. Yours, you understand? Everyone only felt a gust of cold wind pour into the bottom of their hearts. This time, Yun Nuoshing felt that there was a bright and colorful extra-large danger, word hanging above his head, shining together with the death omen star. Wait, how did you know? How did you know about the staff of creation? Back then, Brother Lei wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Suifeng grinned. I shot it twice back then. The power of this thing, it's also used to deal with chaos concept bodies. It's one of Her Eminence's weapons. The Staff of Origin is also one of Her Eminence's weapons, but it's 2 levels lower in priority. Brother AI and the others can also use the Staff of Origin. Some high-level primeval can even cooperate with the Sanctum of Origin to release the Staff of Origin's attacks. It's just that it's not as powerful as Her Eminence's. If that's the case, this Fortress of Origin. This Fortress of Origin. Suifeng's expression suddenly changed, as if he had thought of something terrifying. This Fortress of Origin is very likely the defensive force around the continent of Origin. The Staff of Creation can only be used by Her Eminence. This fortress is a special model used by Her Eminence to guard the void. Yun Nuoxing's face twitched a few times. She calmly wiped the sweat off her forehead and pointed down. I'm more concerned about the effect of this thing down there. What effect could it have? Suifeng smiled bitterly. Of course, it's going to hang in the Sanctum of Souls and wait for the channeling bar. Chapter 1891. Order and Chaos. This was a topic that had been discussed for more than 300 eras. It was roughly divided into 2 main parts. The first part was the infighting between order and chaos. The second part was chaos harassing the borders while order was exhausted from running around. The third part was order and chaos beating each other up. Oh, there were 3 parts, or perhaps 3 phases. The entire chaos era was in the 3rd phase, where both parties were fighting each other with their lives on the line. As for the first phase, it had just appeared in the previous era. The stability of order and the retreat of chaos had turned the false phenomenon of stability into reality. Even though it was not stable enough, it was like a huge fortress made of sand and waves. The slightest breeze and the ebb and flow of the tides would cause everything to fall apart. Just look at the current state of the void. One part was busy fighting each other while the other part was forcefully pulled together by order and used 5 eras of war to forcefully coalesce into a single force. Without these 2 steps, perhaps only the people of the celestial realm would be busy fighting against the underworld. Just like what was mentioned earlier, this phase basically meant that the big guys of order had nothing better to do. Since there was no enemy that they needed to unite against, they were not willing to be left alone and could only busy themselves with internal strife. Following that, when the chaos cultivators finished resting, they looked up and thought, "Good heavens, the order is busy with internal strife. Hurry up and run to the border to harass and fight. While they haven't reacted yet, do as much as you can. This is the easiest time to do so." One side was exhausting themselves in internal strife, while the other side was assisting the other side in their internal strife to hasten their defeat. As time went by, the strength of order was already weakened by 20% or 30% before the battle even started. When they finally entered the 3rd phase and entered an all-out war, they were already exhausted from dealing with it. Fortunately, most of the strength of order was concentrated in the upper plane. Even if the outer and middle circles were flashing with the word danger, as long as a group of people in the upper plane were willing to stop the meaningless infighting and organize a wave of strength to counter the threat from the chaotic void, then the problem would not be too big. At least they could stand firm in the 3rd phase. As for the later phases, they would have to wait for the various forces to gather a huge amount of strength, stabilize the situation, stand firm, and start to descend to the bottom. Only then would they know how far they could go. That's right, descend to the bottom. What he wanted to talk about was the problem of descend to the bottom. As the leader of the Order Void, that group of people who looked very sacred and mighty, but in fact, their image had collapsed into the chaotic void. They controlled more than 70% of the main strength of the Order Void, and had been fighting with the chaos concept entity since 300 years ago. Once this group of people lost their minds and started to descend to the bottom, it was as if the order void was trying its best to dig a hole in itself. It was completely the same thing. As for how they could break through the bottom, it was hard to say, really hard to say. In the past, he did not have the opportunity to see through the ins and outs of this group of people. Now, he was even less sure of the situation. The only thing he could say was that ever since he came into contact with the power of origin, the bottom line had always been like a paper barrier that could be easily broken through. He could break through it once today, and break through it again tomorrow before the reconstruction was completed. After tens of thousands of years, he accidentally discovered something related to them and broke through a few hundred layers in one breath, just like now. The Fortress of Origin. That was one of the main creations they left behind. It could be used both offensively and defensively. It was the hub they used to construct the defensive line of order to resist the forces of chaos. It was also the core of the defensive line. Its importance might be comparable to their own. It was also a very strange creation that allowed them to control the situation in the void of order. It allowed them and the life forms of order to walk into any part of the void of order and receive a powerful boost in strength. In short, it was a node that released all sorts of buffs in a wide area. Although this wide area was almost at the level of the void concept, it encompassed the entire void of order. Well, what he meant was that it was a weapon personally used by the heavenly gods of origins. It was a powerful weapon that was specially made to deal with the chaos void. It did not prevent them from accidentally injuring their own people when they were fighting mosquitoes. If he was not mistaken, this thing was probably a mass-produced product, although it was only used at the very center of the defensive line and could not be effectively used by all the warriors of order. It was still powerful. It was not impossible to use it as a strategic weapon. He did not doubt that this weapon had followed the heavenly gods of origins to kill countless enemies and pierced through the chaos void and the order void so many times that there was probably no other weapon in the order void that could be more powerful than it. Adding the prefix mass-produced, it was probably a mass-produced weapon used by the heavenly gods of origins to kill countless enemies and pierced through the order void and the chaos void so many times that there was probably no other weapon in the order void that could be more powerful than it. Adding the prefix mass-produced, he did not doubt that this weapon had followed the heavenly gods of origins to kill countless enemies and pierced through the order void and the chaos void so many times that there was probably no other weapon in the order void that was more powerful than it. Therefore, when this weapon of unparalleled power was aimed at them, his brain refused to accept reality. Just look at how much nonsense he was spouting. His brain had probably escaped to the void of chaos before his body, but his body was still standing there in a daze as he watched the gigantic energy vortex spinning faster and faster. An indescribably violent energy was gathering in a frenzy. Of course, that was the energy of the origin. It was the power of order that made them feel so close to it. It was the power of order that basically would not reject this power because they were the origin. In other words, they were the fathers of everyone in the void of order. So, this attack was, of course, a furious punch filled with fatherly love, even though he did not know why this punch was aimed at their faces. Look, this was the trait of order. They always liked to accidentally injure their allies. As for enemies, they would definitely hit them. However, they would definitely not let their own people go. Every single one of them would be a battle point. Killing both the enemy and their own people at the same time would double the efficiency. How happy would that be? And that's just the commotion caused by the staff of creation charging. Hell, what could it be? Perhaps a fragment of the staff of creation happened to be put together when the Fortress of Origin was assembled. Don't look at me with such doubtful eyes. I really remember it clearly this time. It's a weapon I played with back then, and I dare to swear on my life that I know the power of that damn thing better than any of you. Sui Feng roared hoarsely in his soul, braving the gales that were sweeping in from all directions. The Fortress of Origin itself has the ability to continue functioning after disintegration. If you say it's a huge fortress, then it's a defensive structure. But if you take it apart, it's just a bunch of small structures with various functions. That's to prolong the use of the Fortress of Origin in its damaged state. The various functions would not even be affected by disintegration, as long as their respective small cores remain intact. You didn't mention this at all in the last 10,000 years. Hui was so anxious that he almost wanted to rush over and smash Sui Feng's ass with his shield while braving the gales of energy moving at 8 light years per second. Do you think it's funny to give us a death sentence when we're at death's door? You should have told me about this at the first possible moment. You should have told me 10,000 years ago. No buts. Puff. Sui Feng was sent flying by a square-shaped fragment head-on. Luckily, Yun Nuoxing saw him and quickly pulled him back. Otherwise, this unreliable guy who was even more of a screw-up than he would have been swept into the vortex of metal fragments that was getting bigger and bigger, and there was no telling how many complete and broken pieces could be collected by then. Holding his dizzy head, Sui Feng shook his head and hurriedly spoke faster. But let's not talk about cores in this pile of fragments. There's only the minimum amount of energy left to maintain the connection. Even if we want to put it back together, right now, we'll need to use an extremely large amount of energy to keep it intact and not disintegrate again. Cores big and small are all cracked. What do we need to pay attention to in this situation? You're walking on the road, and you're hurriedly walking away when you see a big crack in the ground from 100 meters away. At most, you'll only get a little closer to look at it. Do you think it can suck you in from 100 meters away? Yun Nuoxing looked at the increasingly terrifying and violent storm in the sky, and then at the colorful energy vortex below. She said calmly and seriously, "Isn't it sucking us in right now? Look, one is up in the sky, and the other is down on the ground. Such chaotic energy is controlled by the origin energy. We can't even teleport away." Sui Feng froze. He opened and closed his mouth and pondered for a while. Then he covered his face with his hand and said in a muffled voice, "I don't know. Don't ask me. I don't." Everyone was speechless. The slap in the face was too fast. They did not even have the strength to refute. Anyway, an accident had happened. If an accident could be prevented, it would not be an accident. An accident was unexpected. If it could be avoided, there would be no such thing as unexpected. It was precisely because it was unexpected that it could happen that it was called an accident. Then, the problem was, how should they deal with the accident caused by the origin? A mountain in the sky, a river on the ground, and they were like a piece of meat pie in the middle. When these two things were put together, they would have to report to the spiritual temple, and it would take a long time for them to be reforged. After being bombarded by such an attack, it would not be as simple as an ordinary collapse. It would be a severe collapse, and their consciousness would be banished to nothingness. They would only be a hair's breadth away from stepping on the path of reincarnation, and this little distance was maintained by the spiritual temple at the cost of their lives. Boom! There was an earth-shattering rumble. There was no telling whether it was debris falling from the skies or another energy explosion being triggered somewhere else, but all they heard was a dull rumble that sounded like the simultaneous firing of 10,000 cannons from the front line of the void. After the rumble, the gales that wandered between heaven and earth became even more frenzied, buffeting their bodies wantonly. They were like lucky ones floating in the boundless ocean, blessed by a 10,000-mile-wide tidal wave. The entire ocean was calm, except for the storm that poured down upon them. Engulfed by such an energy storm, they could not move at all, and could only huddle tightly to resist the debris that was rampaging between heaven and earth, hoping to delay their death by a second or two. What if they were 1 or 2 seconds late and came up with a solution? Anyway, they had already begun to accumulate energy for defense. Feng Hui had already opened up his primeval domain. His body shone with golden light, but in less than 2 seconds, the light was all curled up within 10 feet of his body. The primeval domain was too strong, and it suppressed his energy to release too far. The primeval domain risked its life to open up a sphere with a diameter of 30 to 40 feet, but it could only firmly keep the group of people inside. Can someone estimate how much destructive power this attack has accumulated so that I can prepare for defense? Hui shouted hurriedly. No need to prepare. Just use whatever you have. Sui Feng's face twitched as he said, the Staff of Creation's cannon blast can reach all the way to the chaos from here. Everything along the way, including the concept of the void, will be destroyed. Nothing will be left behind. This is the weapon that the gods use to destroy the stubborn concept of the chaotic void. It's almost the same as using cannons to reclaim wasteland. Hui. Huff, huff, huff. No, it's not that serious. Listen to me first. Sui Feng took a deep breath and continued. From the looks of it, the attack power of the Staff of Creation may be limited to the lowest possible state, which is only, well, the lowest possible state is that it can release only 3% of its energy. It should be able to block it. I feel that this 3% is 100 times more powerful than the Staff of Origin's 5%. Brother Lei's face twitched. After all, it's a weapon that the gods use personally. The concept of the chaotic void is something that is not weaker than the gods. If the power and the weapon it uses can't harm itself, it naturally can't harm the concept of the chaotic void. Sui Feng smiled bitterly. Hui felt that the primeval field was under more and more pressure. He quickly turned to Feng and said, Feng, we're going to die. Don't pretend to be deep. Say something. Then think of a way to make that cannon go off. Everyone quickly turned their heads and looked at Yun Nuoxing with hope. The latter was looking at the void, with his arms crossed in front of his chest. He looked calm and composed in the face of all the changes. Sparks of hope appeared in their hearts. It seemed that there was still a way to survive. It seemed that there was no need to hang in the spiritual temple for tens of thousands of years. Suddenly receiving everyone's attention, Yun Nuoxing raised his head and raised his eyebrows. He nodded his head and let out a muffled sound with his nose. That confident look, this time, everyone could not understand, no matter how they looked at it. It seemed like he was calculating something. Moreover, this seemed like a meticulous calculation. Hui had a bad premonition in his heart. He swallowed his saliva and asked, What are you doing? Yun Nuoxing lowered his hand and looked up. He said calmly, If the energy and attack here has reached the threshold, then we can still be saved by paying a little price. Brother Lei suddenly became excited. Then, so I'm calculating now. When the time comes, the things we need to use for defense are the most troublesome and difficult to deal with. Although they can be recovered after consumption, it can be expected that in order to offset the attack in this desperate situation, an extremely large amount of energy will be used. It may take hundreds of thousands of years to recover. Everyone was startled. This careful calculation. Damn. They seemed to know what he was going to say next. Thus, I am currently calculating whether our 130 people will be better off staying in the spiritual temple for a while, or using those things to resist this time's mishap. Yun Nuoxing calmly said something that made everyone pale and bitter. The left side is hundreds of thousands of years, and the right side is tens of thousands of years. including the changes in the void frontline in these hundreds of thousands of years, the first batch of energy sources that are about to be produced. The development of the void frontline will definitely change in a straight line. If we miss this period of time, perhaps many things will be delayed for a long time, and it definitely won't be possible to catch up with a little effort in the future. It doesn't exist. Racing against time will widen the unbridgeable distance under the stairs forged by multiples, and in the end, chasms will be forged one after another on the road. Furthermore, I still have over 10 stages of the plan to slowly carry out, and I've calculated it over and over again, so we wiped off the sweat on his face. Why don't you just tell us the result? Yun Nuoshing snapped his fingers and smiled like a flower. Let's die together? Everyone was speechless. They knew it. You see, we have more than 130 people here, a group here, and a group there. When the time comes, we can still chat and brag about the past. It won't be lonely, right? Anyway, tens of thousands of years will pass very quickly. Yun Nuoshing spread his hands and smiled even more brilliantly. He even walked out of Huey's defensive barrier and waved to everyone. Come, what's there to be afraid of? The best way to face death is to run headlong into the range of the cannons. In any case, this attack can't be blocked. Let's just walk hand in hand into the spiritual temple, or something. Everyone was speechless. This guy isn't afraid of death, to the extent that he can face an attack head-on without batting an eyelid. That's not right. Shouldn't he be thinking of all means to find a way out of this situation where death is about to erupt? That look of facing death with equanimity, and before seeking death, he would ponder deeply for a while, pondering whether dying in the spiritual temple was worth it, or using all means to offset death. This, well, a certain observer is, after all, someone who has been doing sit-ups in the spiritual temple and the origin shrine. He has no resistance to death. He even has the spirit to drag everyone to die with him. To him, the cost of dying once might not be as great as the cost of consuming his reserves. In any case, perhaps, this kind of madness in the face of death was something they couldn't learn. For him to be so indifferent in a situation that wasn't a battle but rather an accident, it could be understood that his extreme madness in battle was actually quite normal. Even in the distant past, when there was no spiritual temple, he could still charge head-on and slaughter without any misgivings. This kind of manic and crazy fighting style would probably never change. The multicolored energy vortex suddenly became even more berserk at this moment. The range of the vortex was expanding bit by bit under their gaze, and the speed was very fast. In a short 10 seconds, the range of the attack might have expanded by more than 100 times. And the space began to distort and collapse. The ground below was still piled up with solid fragments, but they could see that the ground was starting to explore from the center of the vortex. It was as if a big hand had pierced through a table and pulled down the cloth on the table from below. They saw with their own eyes that the vortex was sinking deeper and deeper into the abyss, like a big eye that was getting deeper and deeper. Yun Nuoshing was bathing in the gale. She turned her head and pointed down. So now the attack has strengthened again. What percentage is it now? Suifeng's face was as gloomy as water. He really looked like he was soaked in sweat. His body trembled for a moment, and he slowly raised 3 fingers. Still 3%? We asked. Suifeng calmly walked out of his defensive range and ran towards Maple. It's 3%. Slow down, Maple. Wait for me. Everyone was speechless. Well, another one was scared out of his wits. This one was also unafraid of death. The two of them walked towards the collapsing vortex. They walked faster and faster, as if they did not care about their lives. The two of them walked further and further into the distance, looking heroic and cool. Huey's face was ashen. I feel that the things left behind by the heavenly gods of origin are getting more and more unreliable. We have painstakingly collected the things they left behind for the order to deal with the chaotic void, not to let them cause trouble for us first. There is no need for any test at this time. Brother Lay calmly walked out of the defensive barrier and spread his hands. After all, these things are left behind by the gods to fight against the last forces of the chaos. If anyone in the Order Void could pick them up and use them as they wish, well, it is no different from letting a 3-year-old child hold Maple's Order Disintegration Array, and the original version can be used as they wish. Guess how many times the Void would be torn apart under such circumstances? The things left behind by the gods may have their own considerations. Anyway, as far as I know, some of the gods also maintain a neutral stance towards the Order life forms. They are not too friendly, and most of the time, they are just onlookers. The remaining ones are the ones who are most friendly with the Order life forms. As for why this is, I can't say, I don't know. Hui was slightly stunned. Perhaps, as he said, after the end of the Chaos era, the Order life forms who stood on a false foundation of stability began to fight among themselves. Perhaps this part of the heavenly gods of Origin's nature was beyond the expectations of the heavenly gods of Origin. So, since most of the heavenly gods of Origin were friendly with the Order life forms after the end of the Chaos era, there should not be much of an impact, and there should not be any differences. Perhaps they had already expected the changes in the Order Void. Who knows? But if I continued to make guesses based on this situation, it seemed that I could understand why they would leave so many precautions in their own things. If it wasn't for the fact that the Order life forms related to the origins of Order casually came into contact with them. Yep, there was no other way. These dangerous toys, it would be better to let them stay in the Void forever than to let them become the main culprits that would destroy the Order Void. It was understandable, but at this time, it had indeed caused them a lot of trouble. Moreover, every trouble was fatal. It was either their lives or Maple's. After all, their bottom line was very low to begin with. Piercing through the Void was a small matter for them. Just as we accepted his fate and withdrew the primeval realm and other defensive barriers, the whistling wind between heaven and earth suddenly slowed down. Everyone felt the movement of the wind subsiding and was stunned. They looked up in confusion. The whistling metal vortex was slowly slowing down, and the wild dancing origin energy between heaven and earth had also lost the power to stir up the storm. But it did not directly smash them under the ground. Just like that, it slowed down a little bit and continued to revolve around the invisible axis, as if floating in the starry sky. The big colorful vortex below weakened the momentum of condensing energy little by little, and the collapse caused by the distortion of space, and the Void gradually recovered. The scene of collapse was on the verge of eruption, and everything suddenly stopped, startling everyone. When Hui saw this scene, he didn't even think about it, and said, "Foam, what did you do?" While everyone was still in a daze thinking about various possibilities, suddenly they heard Yun Nuoxing's faint sigh. I did not do anything, but Hui was full of energy when he heard this. But I might have been done something. For example, Hui asked. For example, 30% of the energy has all drilled in. Well, it has drilled in. Part of it went to the core of Order, and part of it went to the mark of Origin. Currently, they are emotionally stable. Sui Feng, stay away from me. The energy here has not been completely drained. If there is an accident later, only the two of us will be left to play cards in the spiritual temple. Huey's face was blank. Sometimes you really don't know what will happen in the next second, just like how they never know the bottom line of the primeval gods, and how Maple will be tortured. Anyway, the standard ending. behind every frightening but not dangerous incident of the primeval gods, there was another suffering for Maple. We should have thought of this earlier. Chapter 1892. There was no end to chaos. He was referring to the chaotic situation, which was very, well, to put it simply, chaos. He was not referring to the blobs of ink on the other side of the void. Logically speaking, the blobs of ink on the other side of the void were chaotic objects that brought about chaos. Just as the chaos void had the chaos concept body, the order void naturally had them as well, and they also had a certain number and considerable ability to control the situation. When two groups of people collided, with one fanning the flames and the other fanning the flames, the entire void would descend into chaos from then on. That's right, he was talking about the group of lunatics who were torturing him back and forth. He himself was a lunatic, yet he was being tormented by a group of lunatics. He didn't know if they felt that his illness was too mild, or if they felt that his illness was beyond cure and could get worse, so they put him here as if they were giving him blessings. In short, lunatics. Either way, they were all lunatics. The ones causing trouble in the chaos void were a bunch of lunatics, while the ones tormenting him in the order void were a bunch of lunatics. Since those two groups of people were tormenting him together, none of them were human, none of them should be human, none of them should be human. It was as if they were not human in the first place. That was fine. It was not unreasonable to do things that had nothing to do with humans. Did this mean that the three of them had merged? One fanning the flames, one fanning the flames. What about him? He was responsible for being strung up in the air and being roasted. Motherf asterisk cur, you immortal. Phew. He had been a little paranoid recently. Anything related to the heavenly god of origin or the chaos concept body would easily trigger a stress reaction. In short, his resentment was growing, and if not for the fact that he could not beat them, he would have crushed them all in the void. Since he could not beat them, he could only suppress the thought. Now that he was done with the rambling in his mind, he had to return to normal matters. What were they talking about again? Yes, it was something related to the war of the previous era. That was a battlefield and legend that had been covered in dust. They could only pick up bits and pieces of information to connect to that long-gone era and strive to obtain the unknown things that had been covered by the void in the past. Whether it was simply a life born in this era or a life that had survived from the previous era, everyone was working together to decipher what had happened back then. There were no more than 3 questions that everyone was most concerned about. What actually happened back then that caused the heavenly god of Origin's defeat? While both sides were heavily wounded in the battle against the chaos concept body, what role did those damned things in the underworld play in the dark? And how much power of the heavenly god of Origin and the chaos concept body still held in their hands? The first 2 matters could still be considered ancient history and could barely be treated as archaeology, but the third matter was something that had a great connection to their present and present war. If possible, it was something that had to be clarified. They had to be fully prepared before they could face the underworld head-on, and rushing forward rashly without preparation was nothing more than suicide. Regardless of how one looked at it, it was very important to trace back to the past. They had expended great effort to wander around the void in search of everything related to the past, picking up bits and pieces to slowly piece together the past bit by bit. However, the actual progress was not that obvious. Until now, they were still constantly refreshing their understanding, being struck by one new discovery after another. The seemingly massive amount of information was in fact massive, but it was still not enough for them to understand the beginning and end of that war. They still needed to listen and search. The gods had no intention of stopping their assault on the chaotic void from the start, but they later mobilized part of their forces to defend it when things got serious. It was a period before we were packed up and thrown in the beginning of the 34th era. At the time, we were still assisting the Order forces in the Void in attacking and defending against the forces of chaos. Although the war was said to have broken out in full force, it had not deteriorated to a very serious level in an instant. The upper planes had not even joined the war then, and there were still many who did not know about the so-called forces of chaos and the chaos concept body. Brother Thunder scratched his head as he spoke seriously, trying his best to recall everything that happened back then and recounting it all. Long before the full-scale war began, the gods had been preparing the defensive forces of the Order Void, laying a net of origin in order to counter the chaos concept body. After setting up the Fort of Origin, they handed the Shrine of Origin to the Order beings who maintained partial contact with it. They were preparing in advance because they knew that there would be such a war, so they did not have to be so busy when everything happened. Brother Thunder shook his head and looked up. If I remember correctly, when everything was ready and we were ready to assist the existing forces of Order, in other words, the power formed by the Order beings that were under their command, they left, leaving the second generation and first generation heirs, which are us. No, if I remember correctly, it seems Brother AI and the others joined the war as well, joining the crusade against the chaotic void. Suifeng added beside him. That was not all. They also took a small part of the Order forces, the most elite forces of the Order Void at the time, to attack the chaotic void. It seems to be similar to our situation, but we were the ones guarding the front line, while they led a group of minions to charge into the chaotic void. Hui nodded and muttered to himself while stroking his chin. The war between Order and chaos is divided into two parts. We have no way of knowing the situation on the other side of the chaotic void. That is the enemy's home base, and we have to go there even if we want to get some useful information. That's not going to work. It's going to kill us. So let's talk about the Order Void. For example, what's the situation with the underworld? Actually, we can't say for sure. Suifeng clutched his head and smiled bitterly. We don't know the specifics of the Underworld Rebellion, but Jingyun said that it was the key event that led to the outbreak of the full-scale war. Take note, this is what he thought was a full-scale war. In fact, from what we know, the Order Void had already begun to shake in the 33rd and 14th era, although the situation may have been milder than the current war. Hui paused and scratched his head in confusion. Why? What do you mean by what he thought was different from reality? Why? The place Jing Yun was guarding was just a node at the border. Yun Nuoshing looked at him and replied, When I found them, there was only the Temple of Origin left, not to mention the Fortress of Origin. Even the Void Battleground had been reduced to rubble. There were also all sorts of strange changes. Now that I think about it, the reason for the formation of the Void Battleground might be because there were too many traces of destruction left behind by the battle between Order and Chaos. Typical information gap between Frontier Guards and Central Command. Brother Lei shrugged. After all, the place is too big. Too big. That was something that happened in the entire Order Void back then. And it wasn't like our front line in the Void, where everyone is in a circle with nodes evenly distributed and connected to each other, using the least amount of power to guard the rear. Naturally, it wouldn't be so complicated, but our Order defense line was a very chaotic net that was intertwined and crisscrossed. The nodes were not arranged in a regular pattern, and there were nodes everywhere. Even if you were forced into the Void and had to crawl and roll, a team of Order warriors might jump out and say, "We're here to assist from a node nearby." Moreover, the pressure from the enemy was already huge enough, so there was no need to let everyone know about the situation in the entire war zone. Everyone just had to pay attention to their own war zone, listen to the commander in charge of war in the Fortress of Origins, and attack and defend with all their might. Even if they knew about the situation in the entire war zone, they probably wouldn't have the mind to deal with it. Huh. Hui listened blankly, remembering what he heard back then. In other words, what he thought was an all-out war in the 37th era was actually the entire Order defense line only knew about the chaos concept entity charging into the Order void and going on a killing spree. Something like that. I guess that's pretty much the case. If that's the case, if the situation was so serious that everyone knew about it. And what Jingyun said, Brother Lei said slowly as he crossed his arms and pondered. Perhaps after the underworld officially rebelled, which was the 37th era, the god of origins, and the others all retreated to the realm of order, after that, the war became more and more intense, and the venerated gods began to appear in front of the warriors of order. Everything seemed to point to the same point. After the incident in the underworld, the entire world of order slipped into the abyss and was never peaceful. Yun Nuoshing thought about it for a moment, but did not confirm it immediately. Still, I don't think it's that simple. What happened back then might have been more complicated. I had a conversation with AI Hongyun after the battle, and he clearly knew that the underworld was up to no good. When he was locked up with the chaos concept bodies, it wasn't the 37th century when the underworld rebelled, but AI Hongyun did say that if he had known, he would have destroyed a third of Order's power to crush the underworld. The gap in time was very obvious, and he clearly knew that the underworld was a little restless. In that case, the origin underworld might have been a fence-sitter from the very beginning, and it wasn't as if they had joined the chaos void, as we thought that the war was half between order and the other half between chaos and order. They might not have joined the chaos void later, but it might not have been that obvious at first, and they weren't that brazen. At most, they would have slacked off during the battle, helping the Order Void fight half-seriously. Like the Divine Shadow Clan before, there might have been internal disagreements and disputes, but the Origin gods definitely knew that they were slacking off. Well, it's hard to say. Perhaps they knew, leaving only a portion of their people to guard the Order Void, and having to deal with the chaos concept bodies that were running around every day. It's hard to say whether they knew or not, but I personally think that they knew. Even if they knew, they obviously didn't have the time to deal with such trivial matters. Moreover, because of their proximity to the divine realm, the underworld's power must have been very important, and perhaps the underworld was as important to order as the divine realm is to the Order Void. In this era, they couldn't just cut off an arm and settle things, which is why AI Hongyun said those words in frustration. Of course, as I said, perhaps there was a dispute in the underworld from the very beginning. The gods of origin knew this and did not pay attention to it. It was not until the side of order was eliminated that the rebellion of the underworld was officially announced. However, when things had come to this point, they did not have the strength to deal with it even if they wanted to. In the 37th and 38th eras, they were inextricably entangled with the concept body of chaos, and all life in the void of order had just been declared an all-out war. Given the turbulent situation at that time, how could they have the energy to deal with more things? At that time, it was common for people who did not have enough brains. We listened to them talking left and right. In the end, Feng even threw out a long speech as a conclusion. Huey's brain was about to split open. He quickly raised his hand to forcibly stop the topic before his brain exploded. He also threw out a very key person. No, we can't talk nonsense like this. Even if we talk until the end of time, it's just nonsense. We have to call a professional here. Jing Yun, hurry up and come over to discuss some old history. Jing Yun, who was busy with other things in the Void front line, was suddenly stunned when he was called. What old history? What did I do? Why do you suddenly want to settle accounts now? Old history, not your account. No, it's your account to be specific, but it's a huge account that includes your account. It doesn't just mean we want to settle accounts with you. Of course, it's fine if you say we want to settle accounts with you. After all, you're the only one who knows about those things, so we have to settle accounts with you first. Jingyun was confused by Hui Jun's account. Just as he was about to ask the young man for clarification, he heard Hui Jun's screams in the soul transmission. A moment later, the young man's voice rang. Don't mind him. He's just going crazy. Are you free? If you're not busy with something important, come to the Fort of Origins in the Sanctum of Creation. We're discussing some old history about the war between the heavenly god of origin and the concept body of chaos. Because it might be a little long, I think it might be more convenient to talk face to face. Jingyun immediately said, "Oh," to show that he completely understood. Then he thought about Hui Jun's account and suddenly felt that there was nothing wrong with it. It was indeed one account after another, but it had to be calculated independently and as a whole, leaving the matters in the void frontline to others to take care of. Jingyun quickly came to the sanctum of creation. He saw that it was not only the young man and Hui Jun, but also the group of second-generation inheritors were all gathered there. Facing the pyramid that was dug out at some point, they all looked solemn and deep in thought. He immediately understood that they might really be talking about something very important. Young man, Hui Jun, Jingyun quickly stepped forward, looked at the young man who turned around, and then looked at Hui Jun, who was very neatly upside down. After thinking about it, he simply ignored the latter and spoke to the young man directly. What happened? You all look so serious. Could it be that you found? Let me guess, this pyramid is something very important? Yun Nuashing nodded. Do you know the details of the Fort of Origins? If I have to say, I only know that it's an upper node. The Fort of Origins is connected to thousands of Sanctum of Origins, covering a very large area of the surrounding void. That's all I know. Jingyun said, scratching his neck. Seeing that the young man and Suifeng sighed, he even laughed dryly. I'm just the commander of a small node. The upper nodes are handled by others. But as far as I know, in the entire border back then, our node might be the only one left. But what's possible? Only our node is left, and even the Sanctum of Origins was beaten to a pulp. I'm not particularly clear about the details. The Fort of Origins is an upper node. I've almost never been there, because there's no need to go. Well, I'm not even sure how many Sanctum of Origins the Fort of Origins is connected to, roughly speaking. Anyway, it's more than the number of Sanctum of Origins equipped with the Void frontline now. More than 4 times, Lele said. The closer we get to the center, the more there are. There might even be 2 or 3 forts of origins guarding a node. On average, the number of Sanctum of Origins that each fort of origins corresponds to is 7 to 8 times more than the front line. It was only then that Yun Nua Star came to a realization. No wonder it was said that they used the least amount of power to guard the entire Order Void. Just the number of origin fortresses in the upper nodes alone was unknown. With this as the foundation, each large node had more than 6,000 origin shrines and at most 10,000 origin shrines. TSK, the Order defensive line that was set up during the mythological era, was not just for show. Compared to the Void frontline that they were currently leading, theirs was simply child's play. From that point, one could indirectly understand the power of the Order Void, and with that as a base to understand the power of the chaos. Still not understood. A single fortress of origins could protect an entire void of order. Millions of world groups were all enveloped within this area, and within this area, there were also 6,000 or 7,000 to 9,000 or even 10,000 temples of origins. Furthermore, each temple of origins was equipped with tens of thousands of Order warriors, and each of them was a high-level primeval. There was definitely no lack of Order warriors who were at the peak of primeval. Facing them at this level, not to mention firing. Just a mouthful of thick phlegm from each of them could wipe out the entire Void front line. With this level, even if he entered the Premier Realm and pulled the entire Void front line, he would still be blasted back by a wave of concentrated fire and enter the road of reincarnation hand in hand. Of course, even if the outcome was like this, he could still take away a group of people before he died. What was the point of thinking about this? Anyway, that was what it meant. The defensive line of order back, then. It was indeed a defensive force set up by those lunatics, who were even more insane than he was. He thought that he was crazy enough, that he had misunderstood them, but he never thought that it was not enough, and that he was far from being crazy enough. Well, that was half serious and half joking. Just as he had said, with such a heavy defensive force, and still being able to let the chaos concept form chisel through the order void, it could be seen from that the chaos void was full of brutes and demons. Speaking of which, such a heavy order defense was penetrated from the front and back. We also thought of this and shuddered. Then, how much power did the chaos conceptual entity gather? To be able to pierce through the order void, that's a little unreasonable. That's too unreasonable. Furthermore, this definitely doesn't include the order life forms that aren't part of the defensive formation. Although those unaffiliated individuals aren't of much use, they are still of some use. That means that the strength of the order world is on another level. Even so, we still lost. We let out a long sigh. How many chaos concept forms are there? There are 147 heavenly gods of origin, and could there be 400 to 500 chaos concept forms? This, Sui Feng and the others exchanged glances with Jing Yun. They smiled bitterly and said in unison, "We don't know either." Logically speaking, one was taken away not long after the battle started, and the other was just a small border guard. How would they know how much power the enemy had brought to charge at them? Then there must be an estimate of the number, right? Hui grimaced. More than the heavenly gods of origin, or less than them. To what extent did he talk too much? It's a little bit more than 200. Anyway, Jing Yun looked at him and hesitated for a moment. It's fine as long as it's not an equal number. According to incomplete statistics, there are at least 300 chaos concept forms. Hui, for a moment, he didn't know whether to be shocked by this exaggerated number or praise the heavenly gods of origin. At the beginning of the chaos era, they fought their way out of the encirclement with the strength of 147 people. After fighting for 326 eras, they might have bitterly held on, or they might have tried to pursue the enemy. However, the most important thing was that they ended the chaos era in a hurry before the 56th era. Since then, the De-Yuan realm had entered a new era, and the De-Yuan realm had entered an era where the order void and the chaos void coexisted. At this point, he only had admiration for them. However, it was still not enough. Today, the order void was once again facing a calamity. The unfinished business of the heavenly gods of origin was too heavy. Even if they wanted to take over, they didn't know where to start. They could only carry it by force and go as far as they could. What else could they do? They were just a bunch of children who had lived for more than a dozen eras. What else could they do when faced with a bunch of damn things who were 20 to 30 years older than them? They felt that they were under pressure that they shouldn't be under at this age. Ah, right, 70 to 80% of this pressure was shared by Maple. Thinking about it this way, phew, we let out a long sigh of relief. He patted Maple's shoulder and said softly, "It's not easy for you, buddy. It's really been hard on you." Yun Nuoshing was stunned for a moment. "Why are you suddenly saying this? What are you up to?" "I'm just lamenting. You can just listen to me." Looking at Hui, who had suddenly sunk into some kind of lamentation and contemplation, Yun Nuoshing scratched her head. She didn't know what was wrong with Hui. It was strange. Chapter 1893. It was common knowledge that big was a relative term. There were watermelons bigger than brains, and there were heads bigger than watermelons. Simply using the word big to hang something on both ends was a hooligan act, just like how a watermelon would never be bigger than a planet no matter how big it was. Of course, it was not as if someone who had nothing better to do and made a planet the shape of a watermelon could not be praised. Let's just say it in general terms. The average human body size was around 5 feet tall. In the boundless void, they were considered small amongst the countless life forms. Whenever they looked at something that was half a head taller than them, they would sigh that it was a little big and easily confuse the word big. That was why when he heard that the war was grand, he actually had no idea how big it actually was. It was a sensation that accompanied him as he wandered around the void, as he and Maple built a new void front line and did this and that. Many years had passed, and every time he was about to forget about that war, something would happen that would trigger his memory with minuscule fragments. When he tried to distinguish that war with his own knowledge at that time, he always felt that he might have touched a great limit. He was talking about the void front line. Others notwithstanding, the void frontline battlefield was huge enough. At present, it encompassed the entire upper plane, the range of his knowledge. Innumerable beings of order and innumerable enemies were all fighting to the death outside those 1,300 nodes. The vastness of the battlefield was, at least, the most profound battlefield that he could come into contact with. Until today, he finally learned some information about that war in the mythological era. Well, at least he learned about the vague details of the scale, and probably none of the people present could give a more specific description. When he learned about the scope of that battle, he suddenly understood. The void front line was actually at the level of children fighting. He thought and imagined that they were a bunch of armored warriors of order fighting to the death against one of the most dangerous enemies in the void. Well, in fact, in the eyes of the heavenly god of origin and the chaos concept entity, they were probably a bunch of brats crawling and rolling in the mud at the entrance of a village, shrieking as they crawled and rolled after being hit by 2 vines. It was a vivid image. Well, in truth, it was because he had suddenly learned that the void front line that he had worked so hard to build was not as powerful as a single superior node. It could even be said that it was a militia from a small village. Phew, forget it. Let's not talk about that. He had a feeling that his strength would slip away along with his negative attitude if he said a few more words. Many years have passed. We are crippled, and so are they. Yun Nuwashing folded her arms and said flatly, although it sounds like both sides have returned to the same level, that's just talk. We are crippled, completely crippled, and almost completely finished. The entire void of order has been reopened, but the crippled on the other side is probably not as serious as having 2 fingernails clipped. Everyone smiled bitterly. This was a very vivid image. The order void was done for once. Those who died had scattered. Those who died had scattered. Those who entered the cycle of reincarnation held hands, and those who were left behind to look after their home were only a bunch of children who hadn't grown up yet, and the junk they found in the warehouse. To put it nicely, they were family heirlooms, but to put it bluntly, they were really just a bunch of scrap metal. If they weren't tortured a few times before they were used, they wouldn't be obedient even if they were tortured a few more times. On the other hand, the underworld, having ended the war of the previous era, there would definitely be casualties, and it was impossible for them to arrive in this era unscathed. Still, it was true that they were showing off, with origin in their left hand and chaos in their right. I'm off topic. What was the underworld's loss? They had discussed this before. Judging from the current environment of the void, and judging from the environment of the void after 2 eras, and excluding all errors caused by the chaos concept bodies, the most likely thing to be lost was everyone's growth potential. In other words, everyone in the underworld had been frozen at the moment when the heavenly god of destruction announced the end of the void. Of course, it could be pushed back a little, until the chaos concept bodies unleashed chaos tides across the entire void to suppress the remnants of order as well as the new order life forms. But if that's the case, I have a question. Jing Yun Nuoshing raised her hand to attract everyone's attention. She looked at the young man and said in a deep voice, "Do you still remember the situation when you went to the node that we were guarding? Are you referring to the situation when you were fighting against a group of chaos soldiers? Furthermore, it was when you were confused by the chaos tides and completely forgot about their existence." Yin Nuoshing said softly. He could still remember the scene and situation when he picked up people from the void. Basically, speaking of which, wasn't it a little too ridiculous to say that he picked up people from the void? That's the situation. Jingyun snapped her fingers and nodded. She continued to ponder. Now, we have retrieved most of the memories that were destroyed by the tide of chaos. That was like putting mud on our eyes to prevent us from seeing anything. Most of the knowledge that was used to shield us was targeted at the heavenly gods of origin and their existence. However, for us remaining life forms, neither of these two matters were allowed to be forgotten. Therefore, the things that the tide of chaos could take away were many things that were related to it. Most of them were related to that war, and we even forgot about the soldiers of chaos that were related to them for a time. At the time, little brother, you had already removed the imprint left behind by the tide of chaos in the void. Combined with my own efforts, it took me a long time to clean off the mud in front of my eyes. This is the effect of the tide of chaos on order. So, we held Maple's long hair and swung it back and forth. Among the new life forms in order, too many life forms are unable to recognize the existence of the heavenly gods of origins and chaos. Is that the reason? Jingyan nodded. It aims to destroy everything and everything related to the heavenly gods of origins and their existence in the void of order. If this situation continues to worsen, perhaps in the end, no one will know about these things anymore. Yun Nuoshing's face twitched a little, and he took a deep breath. He thought of the primeval age, and also the 139th era. Putting the latter aside, in the primeval age, everything related to the heavenly gods of origins had almost been completely wiped out. At that time, almost no one knew about it, including himself. He only knew and guessed that there might have been some powerful life forms in the void, which was related to the realm after the broken path that he traced back to, which was the current realm of origin. Moreover, in the primeval age, chaos. He did not know, no one knew about it at all. In their knowledge, there was nothing related to chaos. Their knowledge of chaos only existed in concepts and legends, all guesses, but they still clearly knew about the existence of the void of chaos, even if the name was crooked. Until the 139th era, let's not talk about it. At that time, it was really completely wiped out. Everything was completely destroyed. Even the environment of the void of order was so weak that it was as if it had been thrown into a garbage dump. Even the heavenly gods could only struggle at death's door. In fact, according to this timeline, since the primeval age, the world of order had actually forgotten about chaos, which was an irreconcilable enemy. They only cared about domestic violence and internal strife. Even if they knew about the void of chaos, no one had ever thought of exploring it when they were alive. Their vision and knowledge were all locked in the void of order. After that, every time the era changed, every time the situation changed, the situation worsened faster and faster. Until the 139th era, the vision of the world of order was almost limited to their own world. They no longer knew about the outer space. At that time, Even crossing the void became a troublesome matter for the world of order. It was quite tiring. Could this actually be the damage left behind by the tide of chaos? He only knew that every time the era changed, and after the Great Reincarnation, the rules of every era would be weakened. The environment of the void of order would become weaker and weaker, to the point where it was unimaginable. However, he did not delve into the reason behind this. Ever since he knew that she was the one who caused the Great Reincarnation to happen, he thought that it was her doing. Later on, he found out that the Great Reincarnation happened because the sins of the world had accumulated to the point that the grand primordial realm could not bear the burden. At that time, he did not think about it in detail. He did not think about why the environment of the void would be weakened after the Great Reincarnation. Perhaps this actually had nothing to do with her, nor did it have anything to do with the sins of the world. Instead, it was something hidden behind the scenes that was causing trouble. Come to think of it, even if she was not on the side of the world of order, there was no need for her to make the environment of the void of order weaker and weaker. In any case, she was the one who helped to stabilize the void of order. Seeing that the brat was causing trouble, she would at most give him a beating and not strangle him to death. So, could the weakening of the environment of the void of order be caused by the chaos conceptual body? Yun Nuoshing looked up at everyone and threw out the question that had been bothering her for a long time. This is a stupid thing that we have not found the specific reason for. We only know that the environment of the void has changed, and on the basis of this change, it was also covered by the mark of the chaos tide. Could it be that the influence of the chaos tide has always been there, but we just can't touch it? We can only see the mark left by the chaos tide on the surface and think that is all they did. Everyone was stunned for a moment and frowned as they thought about it. It seemed that there was indeed such a possibility, and it was very likely, so much so that it was a little ridiculous. Come to think of it, it was a concept-level destruction by the chaos conceptual body, a heavy blow aimed at the void's vital point. Their understanding of concept-level power was still at the level of wanting it, really wanting it, and completely unable to touch it. It was really not something that they could touch just because they wanted to, just like when they knew the power of the rules but could not touch it at all. It was just that their desire was greater now. Just like that, it was simply wishful thinking for them to really find out what the chaos conceptual body had done to the void. Ah, that's what I was about to talk about. Jingyun smiled bitterly at the young man and continued to put on a serious expression. But in fact, it seems that not only the void of order has been punished, it seems that things related to chaos have also been destroyed. Hui was stunned. What do you mean? The chaos conceptual body hit its own people. Has it finally started domestic violence over there? Can we reduce the pressure a little? No. You're thinking too much. Jingyun smiled bitterly and shook her head. She looked at the young man and said seriously, "Young man, have you noticed that the chaos soldiers seem to have weakened?" Yun Nuoshing was stunned and then shrugged. "I don't even know what level of power the chaos soldiers are at." "All right, that's true." Jingyun smiled bitterly again. This time, she could not be serious even if she wanted to, so she just said casually, "The chaos soldiers originate from the chaos conceptual body's power. Young man, among the chaos soldiers and we have seen so far, except for the one we saw in the void domain of AI Hongyun's first-generation successor, which was a 3-in-1 primeval realm, the others were all at origin realm." We said, "Actually, there are even weaker ones. That time in the tertiary realm doesn't count. That time, there was the suppression of the origin god." Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes at him. Jingyun's words seemed to have awakened everyone's memories of the past. Everyone present was startled for a long while before their faces turned solemn, and they started whispering to each other. Indeed, the chaos soldiers created by the chaos conceptual body can't be at origin realm. Suifeng nodded and looked at Feng. But according to the records you have seen so far, none of the chaos soldiers are at origin realm. Brother AI's domain doesn't count. That's an unknown phenomenon of the 3-in-1 primeval realm. Yun Nuoshing understood, but he did not understand. He did not understand why. So, when you fought with chaos in the previous era, what realm were the chaos soldiers at? Actually, we have mentioned this many times. Although we did not mention chaos, we mentioned order. Brother Lake covered his face and smiled bitterly. He thought about it and decided to repeat what he said at that time. The standard strength to participate in the war between order and chaos is at least a high-level primeval realm. Yun Nuoshing and Huey's face trembled fiercely. The latter grimaced in pain. The two of them had guessed it, but they didn't dare to confirm it. It was because this stupid question and stupid answer were a little scary that they didn't dare to confirm it. We looked at Jing Yun with a ferocious look. How did you survive back then? Just fighting. Jing Yun scratched her head and smiled bitterly. We might be the forgotten one. The situation should be like this. The nodes of the Origin Shrine were all destroyed. We should have gathered at the Fortress of Origin for the final battle, but our nodes were covered by the power of chaos. None of us received the order to attack, so we were dead. We were probably treated as dead people. After the battle at the Fortress of Origin, they probably retreated. After all, no one came back, so, only us two groups of people were left there to fight to the death. We had no idea what was going on behind us. Everyone. The people in this node were probably brave enough to fight for more than a dozen eras. Their backs had already been exposed, yet they were still able to leisurely fight to the death there, completely unaware that their home had already been destroyed. If it weren't for a certain observer who accidentally entered that place and forcefully resolved the matter there, these people might still be fighting with their lives on the line, fighting day and night in the dark. I think it's because the soldiers of chaos there were weaker. Yun Nuoshing could not help but say, that chaos concept body that seems to have grown a brain, the one on AI Hongyun, probably gave up part of its power because it had a higher talent in brain. Look, of the 3 chaotic concept bodies that I've seen so far, one of them was full of interesting, delightful, and let's have a spar, while the other one was sitting on the chair and mumbling, who are you, and very interesting, but all of them were very good at fighting. Only the last one seemed to have grown a brain and kept mumbling, you're interesting, that's all there is to it. And very good, you're very interesting. Damn it, I just remembered some bad memories. Everyone. Why was it that they could only hear the word interesting throughout the entire story? Was the concept of chaos brain filled with useless? No, it was one thing whether it had a brain or not. It was probably because it did not have a brain and did not have emotions or spiritual intelligence, but after meeting a certain person, it forcibly aroused a bit of interest, and its level of interest was probably only slightly lower than that of the Origin heavenly god. Well, it could also be a little higher. Looking at how crazy they were. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Even if that chaos concept body lost part of its power for the sake of brain, it was still a very painful fight. Jing Yun smiled bitterly and looked at the little brother, who was still mumbling. Don't forget, we were all high-level primeval, and our enemies were all high-level primeval as well. I just don't understand why those soldiers of chaos would become Origin primeval like us. High-level primeval. Even during the mythological era, it was not something that could be achieved easily. It was a realm that the beings of order had to fight for over a dozen eras, or even dozens of eras to achieve. Throwing this realm into the huge battlefield would only result in a basic soldier. This was because every chaos soldier created by the chaos concept body was a high-level primeval, and all of them worked together as one. Damn it, this was a human created by itself, just like the clones that he threw out when he activated primordial chaos. If he could not control them, he would be fooling a ghost. All right then. Even though the power of order was enormous and innumerable, and the battlefield covered the entire void of order, chaos was not to be outdone at all. There were at least 300 chaos concept bodies, countless chaos soldiers, and all of them possessed sentience and were able to work together on their own. Furthermore, since AI Hongyun's void region had a situation where 3 chaos concept bodies fused into one, then there would definitely be even more situations where 4 chaos concept bodies, 5 chaos concept bodies, dozens of chaos concept bodies, and so on. That would be ridiculous, just ridiculous. It was no wonder that the world of order was about to lose. Against an enemy of this magnitude, 300 chaos concept bodies, along with countless chaos soldiers, were able to come and go as they pleased. Even the heavenly gods of origin couldn't do anything to them. That being said, it was both interesting and problematic. In the previous era, the chaos concept bodies had amassed so much power that they could stroll around the void of order like it was a public toilet. And in the end, both sides suffered great losses. Then what about the chaos era? Would the conditions of the chaos era be worse or worse? He could not say for sure. In any case, if he were to calculate according to the timeline of the Grand Yuan realm, order would be weaker with each generation, and the gods of origin and the warriors of order would have to expend a lot of effort to weaken chaos, as well. No, to restrain the chaos concept bodies together. After all, an army of billions would only amount to 300 generals. Although these 300 were indeed powerful enough to make one's heart tremble. In short, if that was the case, the power of order during the chaos era might have been even greater. That was possible, and it was very interesting. He was now studying the source law, and if he succeeded, even if he could not completely replicate the environment of the chaos era, he would at least have a 30 to 40% effect, which would be comparable to the environment of the mythological era. After talking about so many unpleasant topics, there was finally something good to be mentioned. Wait a minute, I seem to have digressed. Yun Nuoxing quickly came back to his senses, and when he saw that everyone was looking at him speechlessly, he coughed dryly. I was thinking about the source law. Well, the reason why the soldiers of chaos created by the chaos concept bodies were weakened. First of all, if we exclude the possibility that they themselves were weakened, causing the soldiers of chaos to be weakened as well, then there are only 2 reasons left. Yun Nuoxing raised a finger. First, the void turbulence she guided weakened the power of chaos. But I wanted to object to this point myself. Damn it, the chaos concept bodies I met were all really good at fighting, and even if they were a little weaker, it was because they had been crippled in the war of more than a dozen eras. As for a further explanation, look at the chaos concept bodies from the underworld, which part of them were weakened. So I think this point can be ruled out. This was a very realistic example, the chaos concept bodies. Since the first chaos concept body they met, it was a big, irascible being filled with primeval energy. It was the kind of thing that would burn and blow up wherever it went. The front line of the void could withstand it mainly because of the power of the ordered disintegration array. Every time they dealt with this super troublesome big thing, a concentrated blast of the ordered disintegration array would be enough to deal with it. The chaos concept body had good attack and defense, comparable to a peak, mid-level primeval god. Unfortunately, it was the power of chaos, and nothing was left after a blast of the observer's power. Indeed, and I am sure that they have more powerful chaos concept bodies in their pockets. Suifoam crossed his arms and nodded solemnly. because I have seen more powerful ones in the past. Have you seen the Chaos World Group? Next. To hell with the next. If you don't explain what you just said, I will send you up there. Hui rolled his eyes and pointed at the pile of debris. Suifeng looked up and laughed dryly. It's the Chaos World Group, the chaos version of the World Group. When you think it's a group of things, reality will tell you that it's an individual. Hui was speechless. An entire world group was a super big thing made of tens of thousands of worlds. Back then, chaos liked to use this kind of power. After tearing apart our defense line, it would turn the surrounding worlds that had lost their main defense into chaos. It's such a huge chaos concept body. The size of the Chaos World Group's chaos concept body depends on the situation at the time. Suifeng shook his finger and laughed dryly. Anyway, I have seen a huge world group made of more than 120,000 worlds charging at me at that time. If not for a goddess who stayed behind to save my life, one of the 131 second-generation heirs would have been killed. Yun Nuoxing glanced at him and waved her hand to ease the atmosphere that was about to turn gloomy. Back to the original topic. The first situation has been denied. What about the second situation? Jingyun quickly answered. Could it be the chaos tide released by the chaos concept body? Hui was speechless. I affected myself? That's not possible. It's completely impossible. What if it is? Yun Nuoxing said. Hui. Oh my God. Even Feng thinks that this completely impossible thing is possible. The inspiration comes from 2 or 3 parts. Yun Nuoxing looked at him and said slowly, first, the origin energy can also affect the origin energy. I tried to play with 2 types of annihilation energy, and there was a similar effect, although it was very weak. Second, the chaos concept body is not the same type of individual. There will be differences between them, but most of them are inclined towards madness and innate hostility towards order. There may be 1 or 2 chaos concept bodies that have a slightly different interest in order. Well, I'm talking about the 2 that are connected to the underworld. As for the third point, it was said by the chaos concept body. At that time, it said, well, that's about it. The chaos concept bodies have only one goal, and that is to destroy the void of order. Secondly, there are individual differences between them, be it in behavior or something else. Huey's face twitched. Are you saying that they have their own little circle? Yun Nuoxing scratched her head. That's the gist of it. Little circles and what not. Just thinking about it made Howren feel that his image as a block of ink had collapsed. But he roughly understood that it was because they had different ways of doing things, and something else. That's what it meant. I think the most important thing is the first condition. The origin energy can affect the origin energy, and the annihilation energy can also affect the annihilation energy. Hui shrugged and looked at everyone who seemed to have agreed. So it was really the tide of chaos that caused the soldiers of chaos to. Yun Nuoxing spread her hands and sighed. Who knows? Anyway, this matter is getting more and more complicated and exhausting. Chapter 1894. Legends, rumors, and matters on the other side of the world. From the moment he learned about these seemingly powerful things, he had been breaking new limits. He had long understood this, and when he saw changes in certain things, he would at most sigh and say, so this is how things are actually like. He had gotten used to it, and, of course, he had become numb to it. To put it more seriously, he had become stupid. In the past, when he encountered similar situations, his brain had always been like this. His worldview had begun to reshape, the reshaping had failed, the reshaping continued, the reshaping had collapsed when he encountered serious mistakes. It was difficult to reshape, and he had pieced it together and barely made it work. It was more or less the same. They were now completely piecing it together and barely making it work. However, for a normal person, as long as the impact was not too great and continuous, the impact would be quite mild, just like the girl they knew in the tertiary realm. What was her name again? Jo. What? DeBeo. Jo DeBeo. Most normal people would quickly repair their worldview, when their worldview were shattered. As long as there were no accidents, the reconstruction would generally be completed smoothly. However, if they could not rebuild and stepped into an endless cycle of continuous impact, then it was more or less the same as them. Their cognition, worldview would all be thrown away, and as long as they did not fall to their deaths and stumble forward with their shattered cognition and brain, there would not be much of a problem. Awkwardness was other people's problem. Let them talk. His brain activity was purely in the state of forcibly reshaping his worldview, but helplessly failed and could only manually shatter it into pieces. Yes, his brain activity had stopped after he heard Maple spouting nonsense about the chaos concept entity. He had no objection to the chaos concept entity having their own little circle behind their backs. He really had no objection. If the gods of origins could divide themselves into 3 states, order affinity, and neutral, why couldn't they allow the chaos concept entity to have their own little thoughts behind their backs? There were more than 300 of them. The entire chaotic void was such a vast place, but there were only 300 of them. Why couldn't they allow others to gossip and go crazy behind their backs? If they could go crazy and not spread it to order, then he would really think that nothing was a big deal. He felt that his brain could not take it anymore when he heard Maple and Jingyan say things like, "It is very likely that the chaos concept body influenced the chaos soldiers," and the two of them hit it off. It gave him a headache. Psychologically speaking, if the chaos concept body would really fight its own people and cause internal problems, he would raise his hands and feet to express his amazement and joy. At the same time, he would hold a party in the realm of the gods to let everyone have some fun. Come to think of it, back in AI Hongyun's void domain, he did see 2 groups of chaos soldiers fighting against the abyssal death mist spawn. They were fighting each other while beating up order. He also remembered that someone had grabbed the abyssal death mist from who knows where and smashed it into the battlefield, causing heavy casualties. Well, the truth was out, and it more or less confirmed Maple and Jingyan's conjecture. But it made sense. Without mentioning order and chaos, the internal strife in the world of order was all about using their own power of order to slap the other party's face. Would it not be equally devastating? Having been involved in the battle between order and chaos for so long, it was no longer a normal battle between order and order. Now that he heard it, there was no problem at all. If order could fight amongst themselves, so could chaos. All right, I'll reluctantly accept that theory. Still, as you said, the more we know about these things, the harder it is to work. Seems like I can understand how you choked the high-tier primeval to death in the void when he came out of the underworld. Yun Nuashing glanced at him. I've already said that I have my own plans. We're picking up bits and pieces of information, and piecing them together is like putting together a jigsaw puzzle. If the other party throws 100 bombs at us, it's fine if half of them actually explode, and the other half are duds. But if 99 of them don't explode, and the last one explodes, then we're done for. To put it simply, it's easy to say half the truth and half lies in 100 sentences, but I'm afraid that there's a lie in 99 sentences. That lie is basically fatal. The best way to prevent them from speaking and affecting them is to force them to shut their mouths forever before they open their mouths. That way, there won't be any problems. Hui nodded and looked up. So what are you doing now? There was a clatter and clatter as debris flew all over the place. It was caused by Maple, Jingyun, and Suifeng, who were digging through a large pile of debris under their feet. Yin Nuoxing looked up. We've been chatting for too long. Let's get down to business. Besides, it's not a problem to chat while doing business. As for what we're doing, let the experts explain it to you. Let's welcome Xiaofeng to the stage. Suifeng shuddered when he heard the dry voice reciting the lines. Don't be like that. It's hard to listen to. Ahem, what else can we do? We're looking for the core of the Staff of Creation in the Fortress of Origin. The core is piled up here. We're digging 1/3 of its body. Almost half of it has been dug out. He looked at the huge pyramid and a pillar outside, the main body of the main body, and a pillar that clamps the main body. We're still missing 3 pillars. Since it was suddenly triggered, it means that the other 3 pillars are probably nearby. They probably moved a little when we were rummaging through the place and resonated with each other. Hui looked at the tightly embedded plane under his feet and took a deep breath. He seriously doubted Suifeng's claim that the pile of debris moved a little when they were rummaging through the place. He felt that if the plane was on top of him, he would not be able to climb out without using the explosive method. Once we put the core together, the rest of the parts of the Staff of Creation should be easy to find. By then, Suifeng muttered to himself. He could not help but glance at Maple, who was still glowing all over. Everyone listened to this meaningful sentence and turned their heads to look at a certain observer. In an instant he was focused on, and Yin Nuoxing trembled. I can't just carry a cannon to study, right? Of course, I'm very interested in it. It's a very delightful thing. Look at how shiny my body is. 30% of the cannon's power is still on my face. I should be able to find something very interesting if I study it. It just so happens that the level 1 energy tower is not finished yet, and the first batch of energy source is almost ready. He. Everyone laughed dryly. Just listen to that sinister laughter, that pretty face, and the sound of space, and the void shuddering when she laughed. If such a powerful weapon fell into the hands of a professional explosive maniac who suffered from a severe lack of firepower, the two would have an indescribable reaction. Perhaps they could look forward to the level 1 energy tower even more now. What would it become under the stimulation of the energy source and the Staff of Creation? Since Hui had nothing else to do, he went over to help put the pile of debris together. Even if they knew that they were pillars, they might have already turned into dozens of pillars. The difficulty was no less than finding a needle in a haystack, especially now that the Staff of Creation had lost all its energy after firing the cannon. It would be even more troublesome for them to search. It would probably take them a lot of time to complete the task. While Hui was busy, he suddenly paused. By the way, did we just skip a topic? Everyone was startled and looked at each other. Suifeng scratched his head and replied, Did we? What topic did we skip? Hui fiddled with the debris in his hand and casually pointed at his feet. It's about the Fortress of Origin. Weren't we just talking about it? Suddenly, we went off topic. Yes, Feng brought it up. He said something about the something that tore down the Fortress of Origin. Everyone's expression changed. They seemed to have gone in the direction of the topic and never looked back. Suifeng's jaw dropped. He was also dumbfounded. In the end, they did not seem to have finished discussing the topic. He was the one who dragged the topic away. So, what the hell tore down the Fortress of Origin? Yin Nuoxing also remembered that this was the topic that he had brought up. However, as he spoke, he went astray. After all, it was these trivial matters. Many things could be strung together into a string. There were too many branches, and it was also troublesome. Occasionally, he would mention some important information, and in the next second, he might throw the matter that he said in the previous second out of the clouds. Therefore, it was normal for him to go astray as he talked. It's not the netherworld, not the heavenly God of origin, and not the chaos conceptual body. Yun Nuoshing gently pulled her long hair as if she was murmuring to herself, excluding the possibility that the fortress of origin fell apart on its own, and the fact that the fortress of origin did not trigger the disintegration mode. There is only one possibility. It was safely dismantled, just like how I tore down the Temple of Origin. Everyone shook their heads hard. No, it's not the same. The way you tore down the Temple of Origin was extremely cruel. It was like stabbing a hole in their heart. Okay, it's not that exaggerated, but that's what it means. Furthermore, the Temple of Origin was destroyed by an explosion. It was not safe at all. It was very explosive. Safely dismantled. Sui Feng lowered his head and rubbed his chin. In the world of order, who else could safely dismantle the fortress of origin except the heavenly God of origin? We asked the most critical question. It's not the netherworld, and it's not the heavenly God of origin. The rest of them, Brother AI and the others. Sui Feng looked up and said, Brother AI and the others followed Her Eminence on an expedition to the Chaos Void. About an epoch later, when the situation began to deteriorate, they returned with a group of people and passed on Her Eminence's decree. They began to guard every corner of the void. Brother AI and the others were in charge of guarding the fortress of origin. Her Eminence mentioned that they had almost mastered everything. The first generation of inheritors would not be so bored as to tear down the fortress of origin, would they? That's true, but it's just a possibility. Sui Feng smiled bitterly and spread his hands, looking a little lost. After all, if we eliminate this clue, then we really don't know. We can only assume that the gods tore down the fortress of origin. Perhaps they wanted to make some changes, but they forgot to put it back together, or something like that. Changes? Yun Nuoshing's face scrunched up like a walnut. Those fellows who are used to using their own power to open other people's minds might not even need to create things like order if it wasn't for the existence of order. The changes they could make. Are you referring to the hundreds of seconds spent tearing down the fortress of origin, adding some environmental protection before putting it back together? Why do I feel like I've heard the gods say something like that before? Brother Lei's face twitched when he heard that. Facing everyone's gaze, he smiled bitterly. I think I heard it from the ice goddess. She said that teacher and the others spent a lot of effort to study something. After 500 years of effort, they turned that thing from a bent shape into a straight one. Although I didn't understand what it was in the end, the gist of it was that they only changed its appearance, and there was no change in its function. Everyone was speechless. 500 years was all they had to do to change the appearance of that thing. If they didn't have to explain that Her Eminence's first creation was too ugly, they really didn't know how to convince themselves to accept this explanation. Therefore, in a positive way, it meant that there was no need to change the thing they created. It was impossible for them to tear down the fortress of origin with their own hands. The possibility had increased. He scratched his head anxiously. That's not this, and not that. What's going on? Do we have to say that the fortress of origin was not put together properly from the beginning, and was then stuffed inside? I think it's not hard for them to make a complete fortress of origin for their children, right? They clearly said that it was a backup plan for the future, but they still left a bunch of scrap metal behind. Isn't that contradictory? What if they only remembered to use it at a critical moment and opened a spatial rift with a wave of their hand and poured out a bunch of scrap metal? Let alone ourselves. I think even the enemy would be dumbfounded and would not understand what was going on. At that time, at least half of the battlefield would fall silent. When it's over, we wouldn't even be able to fight anymore, and would just shake hands and agree to meet again. Next time. Oh, that's actually useful. It's a bit of a social suicide to use it to stop the war. Brother Lay smiled bitterly and covered his face. That was a vivid image. Imagine suddenly stopping to open a spatial rift at a critical moment in a fierce battle, only to throw out a bunch of shards. That would be it. Even if they didn't die, they probably wouldn't be able to lift their heads in front of their soldiers. They weren't very reliable in the first place. And with this mess, well, it was fortunate that they had tidied up the relics left behind by the gods after hearing about Brother Feng and the Chaos Concept body fighting. That was how they managed to avoid that extreme social suicide. If the existing conditions don't fit the situation. Yun Nuwashing unconsciously snapped her fingers and said softly, then we just have to create a condition. For example, Hui, as you said before, the existence of the void, of order, the second order to join chaos. No one made a sound. Only the loud sound of scrap metal falling to the ground could be heard, but there was no way to dispel the buzzing in everyone's heads. To create this condition, all the conditions we've mentioned now must be met first, and it can be established. Ignoring the dead silence created by everyone's silence, Yun Nuwashing tugged at her bangs and continued to think about all the conditions she mentioned. First of all, you don't know Sui Feng, you don't know Jing Yun, you don't know the existence of this group, which means that they are the assassins hidden in the dark. They are like phantoms, but they have also once led the direction of the battlefield. Perhaps only the origin god knows of their existence, so in that case, the group cannot be too large in number. They are only responsible for playing a key role, just like the conceptions of chaos. Secondly, we have to meet the previous conditions, just like what Sui Feng and your origin god mentioned, that incident related to order. We still don't know what that incident refers to, but it happened far enough in time to meet the condition that you don't know about. In the distant past, perhaps the first or second era of the previous era, or the fifth or the 10th era, the void was not desolate, but it was not lively and prosperous. At that time, that group appeared and was noticed by the origin gods. Hence, the two of them were connected. That incident, which they did not want to talk about but could not help but sigh, is most likely not a good thing. It could be something regrettable that they did not want to talk about, or something bad that they did not want their descendants to know about. To fit this situation, something bad must have happened between the origin gods and them, perhaps around order. Regarding the topic of order, the heavenly god of origin's goal was to destroy the chaos void, as well as to protect order and destroy chaos, just like their obsession. That was why the heavenly god of origin paid a lot of attention to them that appeared earlier during the era of chaos. They didn't manage to survive alone. They joined forces with the beings of order to form a force and destroy the chaos void together. That was their obsession, and also their main goal in solidifying the void of order. Looking for them that first appeared in the void of order was like finding a good target to nurture, so it was only natural that they wanted to recruit them. However, they didn't expect that after the beings of order escaped from that era of endless chaos, it was unsatisfactory. I'm digressing. What happened between the heavenly god of origin and them was that incident, but perhaps something else happened before that caused that incident to happen. Perhaps they taught their power to them, and then them jumped in the middle. As for that incident, perhaps we can say that it was the 13th era. The 13th era is when chaos began to brew, and only 13 eras had passed since the end of the era of chaos. Perhaps something happened during this period of time that caused chaos to begin brewing. It wasn't because chaos had only calmed down for 13 eras, but rather something that disturbed them. The influence of the chaos void originated from the void of order. AI Hongyun said that since the void of order had already taken shape and was almost impossible to shatter, for those fellows who were sometimes quick-witted, destroying order was their obsession. However, it wasn't to the extent that they couldn't wait for a period of time. They had plenty of time to wait, accumulate power, and look for an opportunity to attack order once again. Personally, I believe that 13 eras wasn't enough for them to begin acting and brewing. It was probably because something had caused them to judge that they could use it, that they could try it out. It was only after 33 eras, or so that everything would officially begin. That's a little far-fetched. It's merely creation by putting together all the conditions we know now. But you see, if we throw them aside, everything seems to be missing something. A condition that belonged to order was related to the heavenly god of origin and could have affected chaos. However, if them were added as a condition, it could even explain why the fortress of origin was safely dismantled. Perhaps them, in that battle, Yin Nuoxing made a gesture of tearing something apart. Dismantling it safely was effortless. Furthermore, if possible, we could even bring in those two more far-fetched reasons. For example, the underworld's defection. You see, there was a predecessor who opened a path for them, and they followed without hesitation after pondering over it for a while. Or perhaps the underworld was split in two, and after fighting for several eras, they officially switched sides and followed them further and further away. And the most important factor is that voice that AI Hongyun recorded. When he heard that strange voice, he and Hui concluded that it was a life form of order that had rushed into the chaos and sensed the power of chaos. That statement and the tone of the voice could more or less confirm this situation. Furthermore, AI Hongyun said that there was some kind of deep darkness hidden in the void of order. AI Hongyun told him to be careful, because that should be the cause of that great battle back then. When the underworld was mentioned, AI Hongyun would say that those damned things should have just been strangled to death. However, when it came to that, his tone and words changed, making it clear that he was referring to two different things. According to AI Hongyun, the underworld was the reason that the war worsened, but it was not the reason that led to the outbreak of the war. Look, adding them as a condition here. Isn't it equally appropriate? All right, I've created the condition, Hui. Now, I have the same thoughts as you. I firmly believe that there is another group of people in the void of order who did not do anything serious and ran to the void of chaos, and that time could be very, very long ago. It could be as far as the 13th era. I'm done. If you have any questions, just ask. I'll try my best not to be refuted by you. Ahem, I'll try my best not to be refuted, because what I said before was nonsense. Yun Nuoxing crossed his arms and nodded, waiting for everyone to ask questions. However, after waiting for a long time, no one spoke. When he looked up, he saw that everyone was so confused that they were completely suffocated and could not think at all. He could not help but clap his hands and say, "Hey, come back to your senses. Won't it make me look like a paratrooper who has been talking to himself for a long time if you don't want to say something?" Sui Feng shuddered and came back to his senses. He raised his hand, indicating that he wanted to be the first good student. When Yun Nuoxing glanced at him, he quickly asked, "What is the Chaos Era?" Yun Nuoxing. Huh. He turned his head and looked at Hui. Hui stuck his tongue out and scratched his head. Then he looked at Jing Yun. Well, Jing Yun spread her hands, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "I didn't tell them. You didn't say it yourself, right?" "No. I thought you would say, well, I didn't mention it to you because the origin heavenly god said that everyone should know, but since I mentioned it as a reference, I should explain it clearly." Yun Nuoxing coughed dryly. In short, It's the mythological era, which is before your era. It's a history of 326 eras. It's also the origin of order, the source of the origin heavenly God's obsession. It's a history that has been completely covered up. After spending a few minutes talking about the primal chaos era, well, Sui Feng and the others all looked devastated and gloomy. They seemed to have suffered quite a blow. Even the girl in white had a look of disbelief on her face. Interesting. Brother Lei's face was gloomy. Order came later. The territory is chaos. This place was conquered. I've never heard of it. That's because your goddess said that it's a history that has been completely covered up. Completely covered up. There's no need to talk about it anymore. I'm only talking about the source of the heavenly God of Origin's obsession, which is why I brought it up. You can just toss it aside once you're done listening to it. You should be able to tell what effect this kind of news will have if it gets out. It won't do anything other than cause a bunch of people to overthink. Yun Nuoshing waved his hand. This time, he firmly pulled the topic back. In summary, the condition that I propose to create is the second thing that we know, and also the first life that jumped out of the order. What do you think? Hui raised both his hands. I vote for in favor. We've said it from the start. There must be other dogs hiding behind. Jingyun was silent for a moment. She frowned. Although there's no big problem logically with what you've said, it's a little far-fetched, as you've said. It's just putting all the conditions together without considering whether they exist alone. But if they're all alone or overlapping, well, I can't imagine how many problems there are in the void of order. I'm in favor too. The girl in white nodded. There's no other way to support the other conditions. There's no other way to connect them. All the conditions still stand. I'm in favor. Brother Lei looked at the girl in white and scratched his head. If Xiao Xiao said so, then it shouldn't be too far off. It can be considered an answer that we've reached together. It took Yun Nuoshing 5 seconds to realize that Xiao Xiao was referring to the girl in white and not him. He was so confused that he started to talk nonsense. So, let's put this topic to rest for now. Yun Nuoshing shrugged. He rolled his eyes and sighed. The good news was that they might have touched on another condition which allowed them to understand the war of that era better. The bad news was, it was bad news, and it was very, very bad news. It meant that they had another enemy behind their backs. Everyone looked at each other and let out a long sigh. Damn, this broken thing.